Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Edwin Flat here down at the foot of the Gippsland area here in Melbourne, Victoria. And it's a magnificent and important clash for two sides this afternoon. It's the Berwick Football Club taking on the Vermont Football Club, and what a mouth-watering clash this is going to be this afternoon. There is a lot riding on it for both these sides. A position in the 5 and a loss to either side makes it that little bit harder for them in the second half of the season to fight for that 5th spot. My name is Wayne Brasher. I'm your host this afternoon for pre-match, and joining me on the broadcast.
Viewers and listeners, great to be out here for the first time down to Berwick Footy Club, and it's just a beautiful surroundings. I mean, this is just wonderful. It's very historical. Looking at the honour boards as you come through the social rooms, looking out over on the ground, which is just looks delightful, really. It's just a great, amazing precinct we're in. It's surrounded by netball courts, tennis courts, athletic tracks, and the ground itself. And a big game in prospect this afternoon. Really looking forward to it. I know you're going to introduce Josh in a sec, but I hope both of you know your Edwin Flack history. Do you know the historical values of Edwin Flack and what he was all about?
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll teach you at some point during this hour.
And also joining me, who I had the great. We had a wonderful day together last Saturday at Noble Park. He joins me again for pre-match. Josh Ward. Afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon, Brash, and good afternoon to all of us.
I can't hear you.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
Well, Josh,
we might need to change that. There we go.
That sounds better.
It sounds a lot better than the headset I was originally wearing. But good afternoon, Brash. Good afternoon, Spider, and good afternoon to all the listeners. It is great being out here at Edwin Flack Reserve, and you'll see at the bottom right of your corner the view that our superstar camerawoman Megan Green will have, and the view we have as well is
magnificent.
It's one of the best calling spots. We've had some good calling spots over the years. You look at Warrandyte, Jubilee Park is also good. This is right up there as well, because you're not too close to the ground, yet it's still in perfect view as well. Looking forward to the contest ahead, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to a big day. So do you know your Edwin Flack history, boys? Do you know who Edwin Flack is?
I knew he was...
Now, you should know. You went to a private school, Josh, so I would have thought that history would have been your big skate there.
Oh, no chance. History certainly wasn't my strongest suit. But I did just Google him up before actually, but he was
cheat.
But I do remember hearing he was an Australian athlete. I do know there's 2 Edwin Flack reserves as well, the Melbourne Grammar playing fields as well out in Port Melbourne, and obviously Edwin Flack Reserve here. And I'm pretty sure he was from Edwin Flack as well. So
yeah, so he came across from the British colony out in the late 1880s and early 90s. So he became, he was our first Australian Olympic medalist. Gold medalist in 1896 at the Athens Olympics. So he won. He was in 3. He won gold medals.
Yep.
So he was a long distance runner, 800, 1500, and the mile.
Mm-hmm.
He also played tennis, and that's and in that team sport and individual sport, he's the only one to go and win medals as both in athletics and then in tennis. He was he lived on a cattle farm out here in Berwick, and you know that company Price Waterhouse?
Yes.
Well, he was the one that established that through his highly educated mind through, so he had that. He was an accountant, and he died at the age.
He did it all.
He did it all. He died at the age of 61. And he was very well known and respected for, not only for his deeds on the track, but on the sporting fields, but also in business and to come out here in Berwick, and he was a big part of this community, and that's why we're sitting at the Edwin Flack Oval here today. But a big part of what Berwick is here today and the historical values over the past 140 years.
Well, gentlemen,
and
the Berwick
history with Spider.
Yeah, absolutely, love it.
Nice tunes there, Lee,
Well,
actually.
that's today's history lesson brought to you by Matt
By
Spiderley,
the EFL historian.
our EFL historian. I didn't know it. I had heard of the name, but I didn't know what his deeds were. But he certainly, you've certainly.
Well, he's iconic in Australian sporting history, and that was before we actually became federation too.
Yeah. Well, Edwin Flack would be very, very happy at the moment.
And
proud to see the rise of the Berwick Football Club.
Yeah.
I believe this is their 6th year in the competition.
It would be, because they joined 2021, and you were at the first ever game
I
they
was.
played against Noble Park, where I'm pretty sure you were in the front, on the outside, not behind glasses. We're now joined by the senior coach, the second-year coach of the Berwick Football Club, Andrew Williams. Thanks for joining us, Andrew.
Flick him on there.
There we go.
Hello, welcome, Andrew. Thank you for joining us on pre-match, and it's an absolute pleasure to be down here at Edwin Flack and to see Berwick take on Vermont today. This game there's a lot riding on this game for both clubs this afternoon. Would you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're similar place, ladder position, and both been playing some pretty good footy. So it should be a good contest.
Just having a look at your disposal count from last year has gone up between 70 to 80 possessions from last year, and 2 players that probably have come back to the club at the perfect time of the Nelson brothers. They're averaging 50 possessions between them a game with the likes of Williamson. They are really taking the club forward this year.
Yeah, they've been terrific for us. Really professional footballers and the way they go about it. And yeah, Luke's obviously part of our coaching group and brought some real leadership to the group and taken on a lot of responsibility out on the field. So those boys have been enormous. And also Lewis Hill has come into the team and played a really important role for us. So obviously our possession rate's gone up and given ourselves more opportunity to score and move the ball.
Just touching on Luke, obviously with nearly 100 games of VFL experience, did some good programs too. How crucial has he been for the development of guys like Ashton Williamson and others rolling through the midfield area?
Yeah, he's been enormous. Just the leadership. He's really, really calm and just a great influence. In managing the game and understanding, where the game's at and what we need, and he's been terrific for us.
And one of your more senior, most players as well, Will Arthurson. I'm pretty sure it's his 100th senior game today for Berwick. Just how crucial has he been as well, alongside guys like Jesse Cyrillus in developing the younger players both on and off the field?
Yeah, his leadership's grown enormously in the last couple of years, and taken on a real general role down back, and just plays the same way, commits to every contest, and we love having him out there. And Jesse Cyrilis he's been terrific in the ruck for us. He's missed a couple of games, but he gives us first use, and always important for the way we play.
Good luck today, Andrew. Great to come out here and spend some time with you this afternoon. Let's go to the whiteboard. What's in store? What are some of the three key focus points that you want to take into today's contest? Where are the areas you really think you're going to have to be acquitted to take on a Vermont side that's going to be hungry coming out here to take you on this afternoon?
Our contest is going to be really important, making sure that we, when we do try and take territory, that our contest work in front of the ball is where it needs to be. Give ourselves a chance to move the ball and take territory and try and play a front half game, which is really important. Our pressure around the footy is normally a barometer for us. So if our mids are up to the challenge today, I think we'll give ourselves a good chance to bring our forwards into the game, and certainly give ourselves a chance to win.
You've been in the role a short period of time. How have you enjoyed the role, first of all, and building this team into what you dream what it might become? I mean, it's a team that's on the rise. It's been a very patient club since coming into the competition. How have you found your time coming in, settling into the role, and starting to get a bit of an idea of how you want the team to play and what you want the journey to look like?
Yeah, it's been really, really enjoyable. It's a group that is young and want to get better, and they want to play the highest standard of footy that they can. And we've got some guys in the VFL that have been pushing really hard to play VFL footy. And when you're coaching a group that just wants to get better and keep improving and finding ways to be successful, it's pretty easy to coach. They drive their own standards, and our leaders have certainly grown in that area as well.
You've been, you've played a lot of footy. You played some great footy back a long time ago now, and I'm not sure how you want to reflect on that. But do you take something back from some of your coaches? You talk about guys like Mick Moldhouse and players and coaches that you played with and coaches that you played under. Do they come into your philosophies, the way that you like to play the game with this group of players, and how you like to roll things out? I wouldn't say I played great footy, mate. I tried hard, but I battled along. But certainly take learnings along the way. And I did 3 years in the VFL under Josh Fraser, and that was he sort of became a real mentor for me. Do you still have contact with Josh?
Yeah, we were in each other's bridal parties, so quite good mates. But he's going really well. But just the learnings of those 3 years under him, and how to sort of put a program together and obviously coach system footy was really important, and taken a lot out of that.
When you've got guys coming back from the VFL, you've had guys like Binns come back, Bergman come back at times. You haven't had to solely rely on those players to carry the team and get the job done. That's really important, isn't it? Because when they do come back, you just want them to play and contribute to the team. And long term, you may get them in a full-time capacity. That's really important, isn't it? That they can just at least play the role and not have to come and take full responsibility for the output of the team.
Yeah, and that's the main aim, that they come back and enjoy it and play their role. And they're obviously at the level that they're playing for good reason, and we want them to play with freedom and play to their strengths. And we bring in Dylan Linden today, who's playing some really good footy for the Stingrays. And again, you just wanted him to go and enjoy it and play to his strengths, and be a part of hopefully some success in the future.
I just want to ask one quick one. The size of the ground today, you really feel like you can trouble Vermont and really keep the game in your side of things, balance it up? Because Vermont don't like playing on big grounds historically. Is that an area of the game you think you might be able to exploit today?
I think the conditions are going to be quite telling to how the game's played. But I think we just go into every game, with our plans and if things are working, then great. But sort of have the plan B up our sleeve. But Vermont are playing some really consistent footy the last sort of month or so, and got a huge amount of respect for the way they go about their business.
A couple more from me. I just want to follow on with Jesse Cyrilis, Andrew. I watched him a few years ago in a relegation game against Norwood, and he not only did he ruck very well that day, but his ability around the ground, in a typical follower's role, really set him apart. Today, against Whale Buxton, is that an area of the ground that you think you might be able to exploit through Liam?
I think, Jesse's going to have his hands full.
I know he will, but I'm just saying the fact that Jesse, Liam's, he's big and he's cumbersome, and and he may not cover this ground as well as what Jesse would. Is that what I'm saying? Is could Jesse actually, expose him for that?
Well, I hope so. Yeah, that he gets the more contests and covers the ground really well, and we expect to just break even in that part of the ground. They're a really good clearance side, so we want to make sure that we're on our game around the ball, and Jesse plays a massive role in that.
For one final one from me, does Berwick have to, because of the grounds that that Berwick play on here as against smaller games, do you sort of have to have a game plan for the bigger this ground and then a separate game plan to play the smaller ovals? Yeah,
we do. It's obviously adjusting to your environment, and we get to train out here every week, and I think we know how to play this ground really well, and but making those adjustments on the smaller grounds, where it's probably less room to move the ball, and relying on different parts of the game to get an advantage. And
do you do anything different when you're prepared? Do you train at any other ground, like a smaller ground, just so you can simulate what you need to do when you come up against a ground of that ilk?
We do. We'll shorten the ground up and make it a bit more narrow, and we've got obviously the junior ground up the road that we might use from time to time. But it's important to prepare well and have the players adjust to different conditions and different grounds. So it's a good test, obviously for other teams to come to Berwick, but also for us to go and play on smaller grounds.
And the club as a whole must be in a good position with the three men's side, obviously the thirds playing Division 4 reserves, and the senior women's, the 19s program, continuing to perform pretty well.
Yeah, it's been great having plenty of numbers around, and it just gives a lot more people an opportunity to be part of the club and enjoy footy, and it's certainly been an area at the footy club that we pride ourselves on, that everyone feels part of it, and hopefully with obviously the way the senior team's going, that we can start pushing further on into finals down the track, but the club's in a good spot.
Well, you talk about pushing for finals. Well, you're on that side of things at the moment. You are really pushing. What would it really mean after what has been, you've had to set the foundations over the last few years to perhaps have that opportunity to play finals, whether it's this year, whether it's in a year or two's time? What would it mean to this football club to start becoming a relevant club within Premier Division of the Eastern Football Netball League? Because it's been very patient. Some clubs haven't been as patient as yourselves who have joined the competition in the past, but you guys have certainly got a strategy there, and you're really going down that correct path with it.
Yeah, it's just I guess the natural growth of our age demographic. We're still a pretty young side, and we want to just turn up and play every week and be at our best. And and I feel like the players are well placed every week to prepare themselves to take on really good opposition. I guess probably our the one game that let us down this year was Roval at Roval. But other than that, I feel like we're presenting a really good style of play that it's going to test out most opposition. And from this point in the year, things are looking okay, but there's still plenty of footy to go, and we just want to keep growing and improving and making sure that we give ourselves every opportunity.
Well, Andrew, on that note, we're going to let you go, but once again, thank you for giving up your time. It's great to be down at Berwick. It's great to have you. To have you join us this afternoon and letting us know how the Berwick Football Club. So good luck to you this afternoon, and hopefully by 5 o'clock you may be sitting in the floor entrenched with another 4 points.
Oh, that'd be nice, guys. Yeah, thanks for your time. Cheers. Pleasure.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the coach of the Berwick Football Club, Andrew Williams, and he's done a fine job.
He has, yeah, absolutely.
since he's taken the job on. And look, not only will it be a test for his football side, but it'll also be a test for his coaching as well today.
Well, I think he's started to become a better coach as his time's gone on, and I think, as I alluded to, becoming relevant, this club. I mean, they are starting to become relevant, and people are starting to take notice in what they're doing, particularly over the last 12 months, to become the most improved side in Premier competition this year. It's not an easy place to come and play, and it's a bit of a fortress, and they're getting better every week, and teams are starting to really take notice of what they're doing on and off the field. I mean, they're getting good players into the club, well administrated off the field, got good coaching around them, and they've got the right people making really good decisions about the future direction of their footy club. And I think, and they don't make a big noise. They just go about their work.
Well, the one thing I do admire about Berwick, they're backing in their youngsters coming through the junior ranks, which again is a trait a lot of clubs do have as well. And Berwick especially do it well. Take advantage of the growth corridor out here. It's a strong junior program as well. And you got guys like Jai Neal, who I'm not too sure if he played juniors here, but Caleb Van Oostveen, Taj Delarue, and some youngsters in Ben Devonish and Dylan Linden as well, who...
I'll go out on a limb here, but I reckon Berwick, can win Premier Division in the next 3 years.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. Yeah,
I honestly think the way this club is progressing, and the fact that they're now getting quality players wanting to come to play at the
destination club.
Yep. And that's even a bigger destination because of the area that's around them. Because now they're the number one option. If you want to play in the best comp in Melbourne, this is where you want to come and play. If you live down this neck of the woods.
Well, I think what you've got to remember is 25 years ago, Noble Park came into the competition.
Yep.
Right, and they made their immediate imprint into the competition. That first year didn't play finals. No. After that, just kept playing finals, won premierships, and they used to playing grand finals for fun. Yeah, sure, they won some and lost some along the way, been very consistent. But Berwick has just gone about their business. They have basically built from the ground up coming into the competition. They haven't made any wild predictions. They've just gone about their work and really wanted to build for the future and bring the right people in, setting the platform for their footy club. And I think it's credit to them. But they are starting to become a real destination club. They're going to be a power, this football club.
Oh, yeah. It will be.
They are going to be a power not too dissimilar to what Noble Park were in the early 2000s.
I agree with that.
I think this club, the sky's the limit for them.
Yeah.
It's just making sure that is harnessed properly, and I think it's just very evident the way that they develop their style of footy, their development programs, They've got so many people out here today.
Yeah. It's a good crowd.
It is.
Massive.
It is. And I think the one thing about it, a club like Berwick, it's got great historic values. You only have to look at the honour boards and you look at the name Tuck there. I mean, that goes back to, the 70s, early 70s. Michael Tuck playing as a 16-year-old kid, going on to Hawthorn, was a games record holder for a long time, premiership player at the Hawks, legend of Australian rules football. Berwick, they have produced so many quality people, and they're going to continue to do so, and they're in real safe hands with a guy like Andrew Williams.
Steve also told me last night there's a chance Tucky may actually pop in today.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Oof.
Mainly because he's heard there's a bit of a feed on, so
He's always one for a feed.
he doesn't mind that.
All right, gents, we'll keep the show. We'll keep the show moving on. Let's start off with. We'll start going through some games, and we're going to go through Div 4 and Div 3 pretty quickly, so we can concentrate on the top grades. I'm going to start in Div 4. Probably match of the round. Warrandyte are home to Churnside. I think Warrandyte are in very, very good form at the moment. They took the big prize scalp at Fair Park a few weeks ago. And I can't see any reason why they can't do it again this afternoon.
Yeah, I think they'll win, Josh. I like the home ground advantage. I like some of their players into the side. So I think they've really made some steady progress. And I expect in the conditions that are presented, it really plays into their hands this afternoon.
A few more scoring options as well. Obviously, you've got some scoring options for Churnside Park and guys like Josh Swift coming into the lineup. I just noticed Jared Dirksen is a potential laid in for Churnside Park as well, which could add a big body in ruck or up forward for the Panthers, but I don't think that'll be enough when you've got a talented midfield with guys like Darcy Blakely, Oscar Hodgson back into the lineup. You've got Gabriel Stumpf up forward.
Yeah, he's been playing well, isn't he?
And Josh Beasley back in.
Beasley's he's a terrific player.
I think they'll get over the line more, and they've impressed me.
Yeah, they're one to watch.
Fair Park, they may have a couple out, but I think they'll have enough.
Yeah.
They'll have enough
Fair Park's winning
ammo.
that one. Yeah.
Fair Park agreed.
Croydon North Emlock taking on Doncaster at Barngeon Reserve. I've had a look at Barngeon and I don't like Barngeon. It
sounds like a mouthful. It sounds like
it actually looks like a ground from Lost in Space. I can tell you that now, fair dinkum. It's an interesting ground nonetheless, and I think Doncaster should win this game.
Well, Doncaster will win, Josh, just on the fact that Tom McGowan, I'm just not sure who they can play on in Croydon Northman, so it's going to be a big decision with the college players on him, or whether, and also for Croydon North, I'll tell you, players been playing well. Bailey Cheong's been playing well as well.
It's been performing well, but we've got another guest, Rush.
Yes, we have Matty Adolf from the Vermont Football Club joining us now. Matty, an impressive 6 weeks that Vermont have put together, an encouraging 13-point loss against East Ringwood in your last encounter. After that Blackburn game, it seems like the club have turned the corner a bit.
Yeah, we have. I think we've been pretty consistent throughout the whole sort of first 3 weeks. Probably from the outside, looks like we're in struggle street a little bit, but I think we were competitive in every game, bar that Roval game. We probably lowered our colours for a quarter there. But we're a young, up-and-coming group that I think we're ready to challenge in that top echelon of the competition now.
One guy that I've actually liked, and I've actually liked this bloke as a player because I think he adds a bit of grunt and mongrel in your side, is Cooper Leon. He's hard at it, but he goes and puts his body on the line and creates a lot of outside run for your blokes.
Yeah, he's probably one that doesn't get beaten one-on-one very often too. We missed him there for a couple of weeks with a foot injury, but he's definitely one of those players that's first picked on a Thursday night with what he's been able to give our forward line, but also his ability to hit up the ball and never gets beaten 1v1.
Matty, good luck this afternoon. A fantastic last few weeks. You've been playing some pretty good footy. What are some of the things that you're going to have to do today coming up against a Berwick side that are well coached? They defend really well. Their contested possession game has been off the charts in recent weeks, but also their ability to be able to score. So real three facets of the game that you're really going to have to manage today.
Yeah, I think, as I said to the players pre-game, is that we just got to be really well connected, and every line's got to put it on every other line as well with the way we defend today. I think on a big ground like this, if we get our defensive system right and we played in our front half and be able to score on turnover, and to be honest with you, they've looked a little bit inconsistent in some of the games that they lost. They've lost very significant, and where the opposition sides have scored against them is from turnover. So if we can get our turnover game going today, I think going forward we've got enough threats forward 1v1 to cause them a bit of havoc.
How do you think you'll go on a big ground like this out here at Edwin Flack? I mean, historically, Vermont, they play on a small ground. They do like the grounds that are a little bit more squeezed up. How do you think you can adjust in these sort of conditions to really get the game on your terms?
I reckon we play better on bigger grounds, to be honest.
Is that because of the fact that you played on Bayswater so many times over the X amount of years?
Probably not in my time, we haven't.
Or Ringwood, those sort of grounds. Yep.
But yeah, I think, you've got to play on these big grounds to be at finals time. So when we come out here, that's the message to the players. Like, we're going to be able to see which players can handle the big ground. And I think our ball movement looks a little more exciting on a bigger ground as well. On those smaller grounds, we're a little bit more congested. Struggle to get 1v1 separation in the front half of the ground. So today on a bigger ground, I think you'll see some of our threats forward with Burke, Amu, and even Ahar Barjamov's been playing really well for us as well.
And that's the thing. Over recent times, the question has been, can Vermont kick big winning scores, whether Wiedemann's playing or whether he's not? So that also is a challenge for you to wrestle with.
Yeah, it is, but we can't be relying on one player either.
No.
My view is if we're going to play deep into the finals, you could lose a player the first week of the finals and then you got to come up with something. So it exposes our young fellas this week and puts a bit more pressure on them to perform. But I think the guys that we have got forward are up for the challenge as well.
Some of the younger players in the group, Callum Smith, Armour as well, has performed exceptionally and played at the VFL level as well. What have you made of their impact so far this season when they've played with Vermont, of course, and have spent some of their time with VFL and Vermont as well? Yeah,
so Cal had a bit of an interrupted pre-season, which probably is why we're seeing a little bit more of him this year. And obviously, Tyron's been a massive asset to us as well. Yeah. He can go in the ruck and get his game going if we think he's struggling a little bit down forward. So both of those blokes have made a massive impact, and I think those two guys have got good relationships with Oscar Cafisos, Mitch Bucklands, all these guys, a group of young blokes that are coming through. And I think when Vermont's at their best, they've got groups of young guys that are coming through, and you add a recruit here or there as well. But I think we've got a really well balanced list this year, which is, as you can see, we're playing more consistent footy from that.
Well, there's a lot of experience in the lineup as well with Wale Buxton, Lockie John still running around, and Lachlan Dixon. How crucial are they, and how's that balanced with the amount of young players coming through, but also the experienced players as well?
Yeah, look, we found another role for Johnsy, put Johnsy to half back, which has probably made our team better, I think. Won't play. He's laid out for us. He's got an infection in his foot. So
what's the impact on that though now?
To be honest with you, just lose a soldier, gain a soldier. We've got a young kid, Oscar Dunn, that holds his own in the ruck, and that means that Tyron plays a little bit of ruck. If the rain comes, maybe we throw ground stoppage to give us a bit of drive out of there. But I think obviously brought down by injury the last couple of years, so his last month's been outstanding for us.
A few more players I want to touch on. Matty,
yeah, he'd probably play a little bit of half-back, but probably on the wing as well. He's been super diligent with his return to play, and he's played the last couple of weeks in the twos, and that was more around him just getting confidence in his body. But yeah, he was wrapped when I told him he was playing this week, and I think when you add someone that can be around the ball on the wing, gets 20, 25 touches consistently, just will help our midfield.
And I've also got a bit of a soft spot for this guy, Lukey Vassis. How have you been happy with him this year? Because he's played some monster roles for the club over the last 2 seasons, and he's had to take on a lot. How have you seen his season so far?
Yeah, well, we haven't played him. Historically, he's played on ball and been a tagger, but we haven't had to play him on ball, so we've played him across half-back as a pressure forward. He's a good user of the ball. His tackling pressure is outstanding. I can put him in any part of the ground, and I know we'll get 110% out of him, and he'll impact that area of the ground. So Yeah, you'll see him go through midfield, forward, half back today. He's just a guy that fills gaps for us, and he's a leader of our group, and he's been outstanding for the first 6 weeks of the year.
The list in general, Matt, how are you seeing that progressing and developing? Your reserves are always, and under 19s have always been noted for being, right up at the top, and you have good depth in those areas. Where do you see this list at compared to lists of the past that you've been in control of, and where you see this list heading in the direction and over the next couple of years?
Yeah, I think we've probably injected younger kids rather than experienced guys. So in terms of what we've recruited a lot of guys that are straight out of NAB League footy, and they're all because they're part of friendship groups with guys like Tyrone and Callum play together at Dandenong. Callum and Oscar went to school together. Mitch Buckland went to school with Oscar as well. So we've recruited those guys because they're friends. I mean, it's all management too. So if you inject VFL players and NAB League players, they're all 4 or 5 pointers. So in terms of that, your list management, it's a hard one to manage. But we feel like we had a gap there. We went out and got Harry Isaacs and Ahan Barjamov because we had that gap of that age bracket. We feel like we're a bit more rounded than we have been in the past, and I feel in Ahan Barjamov because we had that gap of that age bracket. We feel like we're a bit more rounded than we have been in the past, and I feel we can go out and recruit, get big recruits and all that kind of stuff. But we've got to play our kids, otherwise the future of the footy club. Yeah. We won't be in this mission. Same with Berwick. Berwick have got a good pathways program. We're putting a lot of work in there with Dave Banfield. Adam Zaney are doing a lot with our 17s, 19s connection. Yep. So they feel comfortable to come up to our senior group. But yeah, I'd love for us to have an extra 25, 30 games into some of these kids, but they don't, but they're still performing at the level.
And that's interesting because you become a bit of a cherry picker, don't you? But clubs just want to come and identify and get your best talent.
Yeah, exactly right. And we want to hold on to as many as we can. The reality is you can only play 22 on a Saturday.
That's it.
So you've got to keep the other blokes interested and make sure that they're ready when their time comes. Jesse Neely, who's playing out there now, he's been exposed to senior footy this year. Oscar came up from our 19, so we're trying to expose as many as we can. But yeah, it's just a balancing act.
Well, Matt, thanks very much for giving up your time this afternoon, and we've been looking forward to this clash now for a last month because we reckon there's a lot riding on it for both clubs this afternoon, and we know that both sides are going to put their best foot forward when they start the game at 2:20. So good luck to you and the Vermont Football Club.
Does that mean you're tipping us for once?
Yeah, well, but he's been a bit negative.
Or what? He has been.
I haven't tipped you, but Brash has been a little bit negative early in the year.
Yeah, I have noticed that.
We'll wait.
He's slowly turning, though, isn't he?
I gave Longy a clip on the way in. He hasn't tipped us all year.
But I've acknowledged that you've been more competitive.
I'm going to be up front with you, Matty. I'm tipping Berwick today. Sorry, mate.
All right.
But you've been good, Matty. And
at least I'm honest, mate.
Yeah. I look forward to you shouting me a beer once we win.
Yeah. Not a problem there.
The second half of the year is looking up for you, but absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matty. Matty Adolf there, coach of Vermont. Always good to have him on.
We had to straighten you up because earlier in the year you were a little bit negative.
Well, I was.
Most of us were.
I was when we were 0-3. I was a bit worried there. I tell you what, Lee, I reckon we might take a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk all things about the other games, and then put our thoughts together for this big clash this afternoon. We're coming to you live from Edwin Flack this afternoon. It's Berwick versus Vermont, and we're coming to you live on Facebook and YouTube, and live on the radio through the Radio Eastern 98.1 network. Just join us after this break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't.
Welcome back to the big clash here this afternoon between Berwick and Vermont. Coming to you live from Edwin Flack Oval here down in... at the foothills of the Gippsland district in Berwick. Wayne Brasher, Matt Spiderley and Josh Ward joining me for pre-match this afternoon, gentlemen. And we had the two coaches on and they've both given us some really good insights for today's game and where they're at
as well as a club, going into the second half of the season. There's a little bit more optimism around Vermont in terms of, perhaps where they were at the start of the season. And for Berwick, they're just moving along nicely as well.
And make no bones about it today, listeners. This is the quintessential 8-point game for these two sides.
It is, because if Berwick win, they'll probably be in the top 5, and if Vermont win, then they'll be equal on points potentially with Blackburn or maybe inside.
And the thing is, Berwick going into the back half of the year will give themselves a realistic opportunity to play finals for the first time. And Vermont, if they can win today, they'll go with a lot of confidence in the second half of the year, knowing that they've got a lot of home games to come. Considering that they were playing away a lot at the start of the season, with the change rooms being refurbished at Vermont. So we only play home a couple of times in the front half of the year. I think they'd be happy to be going in with some wins under their belt and knowing that they've got big opportunities, with some home ground advantage and a ground that's very difficult to play at for a lot of sides. So that's why get the points while you can and shop early, avoid the rush. And I think today it just sets up like it's a bit of a mini elimination final. So to speak.
Well, let's finally finish off on Division 4 and Kilsyth travelled down to the Taj Mahal there down at Bulleen Templestowe down at Tedajani this afternoon, and Bulleen Templestowe at the moment, they're in absolute ripping form, and there's a lot of stickers playing today.
There's 3 of them, and
there's quite a few.
And as you said, Spider, then between the 3 of them, they might be able to kick a few goals through the sticks as well.
What are the chances? Chandler medal, sticker 1 vote, sticker 2 votes, sticker 3 votes, and
there's a high chance.
Through the big sticks.
Well, that'd be a first, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd have to be.
I can't remember 3 brothers. That would be something that, no club no other club would ever match that.
No, I don't think so. But look, the Bullants are going really well. I think they'll win at home.
Yeah.
They're a very tough team to play when they're playing on their home ground. And I think they're starting to build something. I think they're a good chance to play final.
Bullants for me as well. No Jeff Goebbels for Kilsyth. They
Could be heading overseas, from my understanding is. But that's for work reasons. And, that's a bit of a loss for Kilsyth if that's to happen.
They do have a senior debutant, Harry Brisbane, as well. I'm not too sure.
Some good reports. We spoke about this yesterday.
Well, there was one Brisbane who's playing for Blackburn today, making his debut. I think that's Jack and Georgie, of course, playing AFLW with Fremantle. So, and he's still playing under 17s footy at the moment, which is great to see. Great to see Kilsyth blooding some youngsters into their lineup.
Yeah, they need to.
Let's go to Div 3. Donvale make the trek up to Arctic Park, Halley Supple Oval there, taking on Coldstream. Coldstream don't win out of turn, but they run into a Donvale side that are having a little bit of a lull, but I can't foresee any problems for them this afternoon.
Well, they've got to be careful. I think Donvale win this game, but I wouldn't be taking Coldstream lightly. When they play at home, they play some of their better footy. So we'll see how that pans out. But in the conditions, you'd think Donvale still hold the trump cards for me.
Yeah, Donvale for me as well.
So, Ferntree Gully got the onerous task of travelling up to Sylvan this afternoon.
That'll be fun to play out there today.
It'll be pretty cold up there too. Sylvan have managed to got rid of the heebie-jeebies in their home and away form that has plagued them over recent years. The Gully got a bit of a lesson last week against Upper Ferntree Gully, which was no surprise. But Sylvan have done everything that they possibly can so far this season, and I expect them to get another 4 points.
Yeah, Sylvan win, Josh, I think, don't you think? I mean, they're playing some pretty good footy. Hard to beat at home. Ferntree Gully, like Ray said yesterday on the podcast that he felt that they played okay last week. He went to that game, but he felt that Upper Ferntree Gully were flat. He said they did take it up to them.
Which is surprising given Upper Ferntree Gully kicked 16 goals, 8, and Ferntree Gully only had 7 scoring shots. So
yeah, not sure how that marries up, but Ferntree Gully, look, they're just struggling to score, and that's going to be their biggest issue once again this afternoon.
The enigmatic Knox seniors, they travel up to Kings Park this afternoon to take on an Upper Ferntree Gully side that Ray Baird says they play as a group of individuals and gave them a horrendous slap yesterday.
Quoted that, yeah.
Look, Knox, they don't win out of turn this year. I think they're a little bit off the top 3 or 4 at the moment. But I think Upper Gully, if they can iron out their selfishness, I think they win again this afternoon.
Look, I think Upper Gully win, Josh and Brash. I think that they'll win the game, but I think Knox, I've tipped them to be my roughie for the weekend. That's if Upper Ferntree Gully are not switched on and they come with that attitude and effort. But I think Upper Gully will do enough in the conditions and get the win. Yeah. I'm only thinking 5 or 6 goals. I think Knox might put in a pretty credible effort.
I reckon 3 to 4 goals even with the conditions. And the fact they got close to Donvale last week, who had players missing, but still to be only 17 points off them is a decent effort from a Knox side that's been
we just don't know which one's coming. We just don't know which one to trust.
I'll back in Upper Gully, though.
Yeah.
And Brett Davidson has put the acid on Andrew Haining here this afternoon because they're taking on Oakley District down at Princess Highway. But I think Whitehorse are not going all that well at the moment. I think Oakley District might scrape a win here.
Yeah, clearly Whitehorse are struggling. But when they have players out, it really hurts them. Dalglish back in the team. He's their rock. He's their leader. They need him in the side. But, yeah, I think what Davo said yesterday, he's right. I mean, they just need their coach, their captain, the person that's leading. Andrew just needs to play well. He needs some big games because he hasn't really provided that since coming up a division this year. So they need some wins desperately. Otherwise, they could find themselves going back down.
Well, I'm going to be the odd one out and tip Whitehorse. I think they're...
You got a soft spot for them, haven't you?
Well, I think their inclusions this weekend, Dalglish helps them, but a lot of the players that are going out of the side today, they're playing in the reserves. So I think their inclusions show they're probably better off this time around.
Yeah, depth's an issue, though, for them.
Yeah, and that's been the case the last couple of weeks where they've just dropped off in quarters and have, in the end, been comfortably defeated. So I'll back them. I'll either look like a fool or a genius by 5 o'clock today. So.
Oh, don't worry, mate. I'm always looked like a fool every week, so don't worry about being a genius. Don't need to be in this competition.
Never have been, never will be.
Okay, let's move into Div 2. Interesting clash set down at the hangar. Waverley Blues. They don't win out of turn, but they're taking on Heathmont's side, whose inconsistencies just continue to inflict themselves on it. On Spider.
Yeah, look, I expect Waverley Blues to win the game. They haven't been playing great footy throughout the first part of the season, but I think they've steadied it down though. Expecting a better second half of the season from them, but Heathmont, they just are really struggling. They were smashed at contest and clearance against the Rams a couple of weeks ago and really put to the sword. So I think it's going to be hard work for them once again this afternoon. Just not sure where the goals are coming from.
Yeah, Waverley Blues for mine. Some good inclusions this weekend for them.
Scoresby still searching for a win. They travel up to the LSO this afternoon. Very tricky ground. Some people like to think that Scoresby are a bit of a chance, but I don't think they are. I think they're behind at the moment, and I think Lilydale, even though they might have got a rude awakening last week, I don't think it was bad for them. But back at the LSO, I think they can chalk up the 4 points here.
Yeah, hard to beat, Josh, aren't they, at Lilydale?
Yeah, they are. They've some impressive wins so far there this season. I reckon they do win this game, but Scoresby have a decent lineup on the park this weekend.
Yeah, a couple of inclusions, and they need to start. Yeah, he's going to be important for them.
Kazazada as well.
Yeah, Kazazada, yeah. They need to start winning some games. They need to show that they're close to winning games. They need to put a block of form together for the next 2 or 3 weeks to give themselves a chance. But it all starts today for them. But if they lose by a big margin, going to be a long way back in the second half of the season.
Big game for Mulgrave this afternoon. Yeah. This is an 8-point game, and what a time for East Burwood to actually have the opportunity to play Mulgrave. Mulgrave are injury depleted. Their form hasn't been good because of it. East Burwood's form has really been good over the last 2 to 3 weeks. I tip Mulgrave, but when I sit back and look about this game, if I had a choice and had to officially change my selection, I think I would have gone back to East Burwood.
This would have been my roughie of the week, East Burwood over Mulgrave, because it is a good opportunity. If they win this game, they'll jump up into 6th spot, will East Burwood, given they're a stronger percentage than Mulgrave.
Third highest percentage.
Which is remarkable.
Which is, it's outstanding.
117% or something.
Yeah, well, it's just showing the way that they're defending.
Yeah.
But more importantly,
scoring as well.
They're scoring, but their contested ball work in the last month has been off the charts. Guys like Kempson coming back into the team has certainly lifted that profile. A guy like Jose playing some really good footy, Cramps playing his role as the inside mid. He's just playing some great footy. I think even today, from the East Burwood point of view, Griffiths coming back after injury as a tall ruck. That's certainly going to help as well. So I think they can win if they play the chaos game. When they're predictable up forward, they don't look as good, because when they're playing the chaos game, they move that ball with so much speed. It's very hard to defend.
Ringwood at the home of Jubilee Park, they take on a Templestowe side who don't really they don't do anything much wrong. Their side at the moment, Templestowe, is in pretty good nick. They have a fair record at Jubilee Park. I think Ringwood, even though they won their last encounter, I still think they're a little bit behind Templestowe at this stage of the season, Spider.
Yeah, I think this game will be an interesting one. Look, Templestowe win, don't they, Josh?
Yeah, I think Templestowe win with McSwain, Wooden and Chris Pateri coming into the lineup for this game.
And Wooden's a good...
very good inclusion.
Yeah, very good inclusion, so it's going to be hard for Ringwood, you would think. But Templestowe, they'll get the job done. They might not play their best footy, but I don't expect them to do that until the back end of the year.
Yeah.
And finally, Div 2, probably... In all fairness, I think this is probably match of the round. Surrey Park, who have taken all before them this season, they're on a great roll at the moment. They're taking on the much improved Croydon Football Club. So what? Without Adrian Ficcarelli in that side, that's a massive hole in that side. And I just don't believe that Surrey Park will allow Rhett Jordan to kick 7 goals this afternoon. No. And I think that might be the difference. If they hold Jordan, I think Surrey Park will be able to hold them to a very, very minimal score and kick a big score themselves.
Well, a bit of change in the Surrey Park lineup this week, and for Croydon as well, with Ficcarelli out, Luke Sparks and Jason Pryor also going out of the lineup as well, Aaron Nicholas too. I think it's set up to be an interesting contest as well, Spot. I'll leave my tip unspoken.
Yeah, look, I think they might push them for a half, but I think Surrey Park, when the cream needs to rise to the top, it will.
Yeah.
Look, we know that they defend well, Surrey. We know Dylan Williams, the ability that he's got, and just their forward setup, Surrey, I just have the faith that they're going to be able to, get the right mix going throughout the course of the afternoon, and I think they'll win this pretty comfortably.
All righty, let's move on to Div 1 quickly. Mitcham have got some big ins back from last week, but I love the way everyone just jumped off Wanturna South on the broadcast yesterday. It was like the parting of the Red Sea, and Moses was coming through, thinking that Mitcham were going to be led to the promised land.
No, I've kept the faith with Mitcham. I tipped them against Montrose, but I think with personnel back, they will.
No, well, I'm going the opposite way. I'm going Wanturna South.
Yeah, flying the flag for Wanturna South this week, Brash.
Yeah, well, they've accused me of not backing them. Well, I'm backing them this week because I just think with all the players, with Mitcham coming back in, they might be just a little bit short on match practice. But that being said, I think it's going to be a ripping clash nonetheless, and I think Wanturna South will get the job done, but I think it's only going to be a couple of goals in it.
Tigers for mine, two good inclusions this week.
Yeah, Tigers will win. I think their forward line set-up looks pretty promising, I think, for this week.
Thank you very much, and for late change, Joe Fishers for Vermont is in this afternoon for Liam Whale Buxton.
It was a bit of chaos because we were hearing Sam Wiedemann was potentially coming back in. Yeah, which I found
there was a lot of ducks and drakes coming out of Vermont this week.
Trying to pull the wool over my eyes, that doesn't work.
Ray Baird's upset of the week sees Montrose at Montrose Recreation taking on Beaconsfield. Is Ray's choice, is it unfounded, Spider?
Oh, I think it's unfounded. I think Ray was. I think he was going off on a little bit of a rant yesterday.
Oh,
just a little bit.
He was back to his absolute best yesterday.
He was locked and loaded. I don't know. He must have had his medication before he went.
Don't say that.
Is it? No. He's M&M's that he has every day. But he was in good form yesterday, Ray. But I think he'll enjoy being out at Norwood and Bayswater, and we know that Montrose and
I think
Montrose will win.
Yeah, I think the Trows will get it done by about 4 or 5 goals.
Roddy McLaughlin back into the lineup as well.
Well, saw him play last week. 2 goals, 3 for Box Hill. Played really well. I think he's going to be a good addition to them.
Yeah, backing the D's in.
Park Orchards just going for mine at the moment.
Great.
They go up to Moorobark Heights this afternoon. Moorobark don't win out of turn, but they seem to struggle against the upper echelon of this division. And I think Park Orchards still hold all the aces in this one, Spider.
Yeah, Sharks to win. They'll win. I think they'll win comfortably.
Yeah, well, I think they get some good players coming back into the lineup as well. Sharks for mine out at the Heights.
An undermanned Baronia, and I've got to say this, they are undermanned, but they're not playing anywhere near their best football this year, and that's probably because of injury and form and probably players not being regularly available. They're coming up against a side who I think, in my opinion, are one of the sides that will play off in the grand final this year. I love the way Matty Price has put this side together, led by Aidan Begg. He's my favourite footballer in Division 1. He's a star, absolute star.
And he's back into the lineup today, is Aidan Begg. And Baronia missing a few. I reckon it wouldn't surprise me if this game is 5+ goals because Baronia do have a lot of players out at the moment.
They do, and Wexy's back in the team.
It's great to see.
He told me he's going to hold it together down back.
Shout out to him as well, doing a magnificent job with the junior interleague.
Well done, Daniel.
No, he did a great job, but I think today he might be up against it with his defensive colleagues to hold North Ringwood. They're going to be very hard to beat at home.
And Ray Baird's going to tell us all about it tomorrow on EFNL Sunday. It's the big clash between Norwood and Bayswater. For one of these sides, 4 points is up for grabs. Well, who gets it, Spider?
Norwood win. Josh Bruce in the team. He's going to kick a bag of goals today. And I think Norwood have been building for this game for a long time now. I still think they've got the possibility of winning a couple of games.
Yeah, I've got Norwood winning this game as well. I was already going to tip them even without Josh Bruce. I'll back them in this.
All right.
Hard work for Bayswater.
Yeah.
All right. Well, quickly, we've got 3 minutes, I reckon. East Ringwood are at home to Doncaster East. Doncaster East have still got something to prove for me. And they need a scalp, but I don't think it's this afternoon.
Yeah, not going to beat East Ringwood. I think East Ringwood win this game. They'll close down Shackey, but Stephen May and Shackey going up against each other.
That'll be a lot of fun.
That'll be a great duel, I think.
Who knows? Maybe Tristan Tweedy as well. But I've got East Ringwood winning this game. Some good inclusions though for Doncaster East, with Tamoyo Owens coming into the lineup as well.
Yeah, and Kai Owens, he's been outstanding.
Has been.
Chandler medal prospects are really high.
Roval Roval have got a really good record down at Balwyn Park. Balwyn, it took them a little while to shrug off Noble Park last weekend. They played about 10-15 minutes of football, and that was really all that was needed to break the Camels' back. But I think Roval just present a different proposition whatsoever, and I think they hold all the aces in this game as well, Spider.
Yeah, Roval, if they get the game on their terms, it's going to be hard to beat. Balwyn, they just want to make this a stoppage game. They want to move the ball slow, frustrate Roval. If it's a low-scoring game, Balwyn can win the game without question. And if they do, their season's right back on track. But I think Roval might win this in a close one.
Roval for me as well, Bash.
Yeah, Blackburn should get the job done against South Belgrave.
Should get the job done.
Yeah, Travis Boak playing. He's cousins of Anthony Fagan, doing him a favour. It's great to see him playing for the Burners, and I think he'll have a good game as well.
And South Croydon for mine.
Yeah.
I've got Noble Park.
Noble Park for me, Brash. Think that they'll get the win at home. I think South Croydon scoring is going to be their problem, only averaging 58, considering that Noble Park 65 on average. I think this might be a bit of an arm wrestle. Bet a goal or two in it for this game, I think.
All right, gentlemen, pre-match is done and dusted for this week, and when we come back, we're going to bring in the call team for the big clash this afternoon between Berwick and Vermont to come to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, streamed all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Edwin Black Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Berwick taking on Vermont. 8-point game out here in the Premier Division of the Eastern Football Netball League Senior Men's Competition. Josh Ward here, joined on the call today by Chris Cordes, who's back after a bit of a hiatus as well and straight into the hot seat as well. Welcome, Chris.
Yes, thank you, Josh. Gee, what a place to be here out at Edwin Flake. Yeah. It is my First time being out here, and what a setup they've got us here.
It won't be your
out
last
behind the
either,
glass. No, this is we'll get used to this kind of treatment. They've been brilliant to us so far, but yeah, happy to be here. Really happy to get into a great game of footy ahead.
And a very busy man so far today, having to drive all the way from Heathmont in the morning to Berwick this afternoon. It's our illustrious leader who's back after taking last weekend off. Ryan Long, welcome, Longy.
Yeah, thank you. You probably didn't have to tell everyone that that's last weekend off, Josh, but that's all right.
Come on.
You've done a good job covering me. Very much excited to be out here. 5 years since we've been here, 2021. It was nice driving out to Berwick and listening to the pre-game. Learnt a lot about Edwin Flack. I didn't know Edwin Flack was a person. I thought it was just what they called the stadium. So very, very excited.
It's a bit like the Taj, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it?
It's a good vibe out here. It certainly is, Wayne Brusher.
Yeah, look, I've been looking forward to this game. I've been pestering Ryan for about the last month that we had to come out here because I thought this game, had all the makings of something very, very special, and I think we're going to get that this afternoon.
We certainly will, and we'll cross down to Blake Tennant and Jared Beanland down on the boundary a little bit later on. They're just moving into position, and I can see that Blake doesn't even have the headset on yet, but...
he's looking a bit cold out there, Blake.
Yeah, he's carrying a lot in his hands at the moment.
He's doing a mountain of work, is BT, but I did see the toss. Vermont are kicking to the right of your broadcast, or to the high school end out here at Edwin Flack Reserve, which is where the breeze is heading towards, and Berwick will be kicking to the left or to the scoreboard end out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. Quickly through tips before we get stuck into this game.
Well, Matty Adolf put it on me to tip Vermont, but unfortunately I just can't tip Vermont. Look, I just think at the moment Berwick are in a rich vein of form on their home deck. They're massing 370 to nearly 400 possessions a game. Vermont, they've improved over the last 6 weeks. They've got a few deficiencies. Losing Liam Buxton in the ruck's going to be a big loss for them because I think Cerulis can take over in the midfield. Yeah. And interestingly, putting Johnsy off a half-back flank will be an interesting view this afternoon.
Sure will be, Ryan.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Berwick for me.
Berwick for me as well.
Sorry, guys.
And we'll get underway out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. Christopher Cordis.
All right, we're all ready to go. And the ruck contest is split down the middle. Now it's going to go left of screen. Vermont have bodies around it. Still no clear winner of the footy. Just trying to tap it to advantage east. So then one of them around there was Ben Todd. Couldn't quite do it himself. Vermont looking to slingshot now through Jenkins. Through the middle of the footy. They go now. Mark taken. Out wide, Cooper Leon, a chance to slow it down, but he'll not take that chance. Instead, he'll speed it up. It went off the hands of Dixon. He couldn't quite bring it down himself. Chance now, burst through, shot, tackled as he hit. Still a lot of work to do as it will make its way out for a boundary throw-in just next to the behind post. And we are locked inside the Vermont forward 50 early.
Gee, they moved the ball quite well there out of that back 50 there, Vermont.
So we'll get ready to go at it once more as a chance for the Lions to get their first score of the day. They still have a lot of work to do as the Rucks will go at it off this boundary throw-in. Footy just dropped a little bit short. Still a lot of ball to be won here. It's Berwick's now as they look to bring it out. A bit of indecision as they come out, though. They're going to get it to that man in Arthurson who's going to give and get. So a lot of work to be done, and mark eventually now taken by Frank Gallas. In order to go quickly, just put it into the scon of the man of the mark in Spencer. He's put his head to good use there. Now kick comes in from Ross. Good bit of body work in the 1v1 defensive contest, and it's out for a boundary throw-in.
Probably should have done better with that disposal there, James Ross. No one talking to him because he basically was, the ball actually went for the boundary line.
So this time we're on the other side of the uprights in Vermont's forward 50 once more. Rucks will go at it, hit out one, no clear winner over yet. And erupt up immediately as soon as the footy fell into his hands was Lachlan Jenkins. Will go at it again, some 15 metres out from Vermont's goals. This time grabbed out of the ruck there from Armu. Footy will make its way out towards Caden Lane, but it will be beaten into it by the boundary line. So we'll have yet again another boundary throw-in.
And we'll go boundary side to Jared Beanland. What are conditions down on ground level like?
Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, pretty blustery. It's all heading to the right of screen, so Vermont look to have the advantage in that regard. A few spits of rain as well.
As Roberts won that tap down, Frank Gallas was immediately tackled upon by Lachlan Dixon and Josh Spencer, and we'll have a ball up.
Lachlan Jenkins was out for a majority of the season last year. He's a his importance to Vermont is really important. A lot of run in that forward 50.
Got a decent tattoo sleeve on his left arm as well, Lachlan Jenkins. There's a free kick found for the Eagles, so they'll have the first opportunity on goal. And it is going to be Josh Spencer, who has come into his own this season through midfield and off the half forward line.
Very exciting prospect. I've watched this young man. I think there's a lot of upside in this bloke.
Looking for senior goal number 30. If he kicks truly here, does Josh Spencer. Slow, deliberate approach, 45-degree angle, 40 metres out. He'll kick from, fades to the right, hits the post.
First quarter is going to be massive, particularly with the rain coming potentially in the second half or even as early in the second term. So Vermont can make the most of their opportunities early, particularly on the road.
They need 2 or 3 goals, I think, Vermont, because I think Andrew Williams would be happy if they kept them to 1 goal, 4-1-5.
Yeah, Ryan, it is threatening to break open right now, the sky, but it is forecast for around that second quarter, third quarter kind of time.
So Berwick just going to chain up with some uncontested marks here. A few chip kicks out of the kick-in. Was Vermont with the first mark on the scoreboard, but just a blemish in the minor column as they'll look down the corridor now. A few flies at it, came off hands, off fist. Vermont will go backwards to go forwards now as they look to work through the corridor. Gee, there's a chance for Berwick to wheel and deal now, and they'll do so. 1 out in the forward 50. He's got all the space to himself. He can walk up to it. 35, 30, 25 out, and he'll walk the whole way in. Jai Neal, goal number 21 in the season, and that has to be the easiest one as he somewhat confusingly found himself all alone there.
Yeah, really poor marking there from Vermont. Had about 30 to 40 metres space in front, and that it will be the easiest goal he'll kick all afternoon.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. I mean, they were caught in 6s and 7s there, Vermont, and you're right, Ryan. They just can't afford to have goals like that kicked against them this afternoon.
Good pressure in the middle as well from the wickets to force that turnover. As we're back into the middle of Edwin Flack Reserve. It is going to be Jesse Cerulis back into the lineup this weekend alongside Taj De La Rue. As he'll go up in this ruck contest against Oscar Dunn. He won it down, will deflect in the direction of Benzema and Todd. Will eventually get hands on this footy, but Spencer disrupts it. Goes inside forward 50 where he has a lead. A strong mark taken by Noah Burke. On the St Kilda VFL list this season, he heads inside forward 50 where a lead was offered by Armu. Out the back, the Wickets have the numbers and they get it to their general and defence man, Oostveen. And the other general, Will Arthurson, who's corralled beyond the behind post. And it is 2 behinds. Vermont plays Berwick 1 straight 6, 5 minutes played first quarter.
100th game today for that man there in Arthurson. Showed his experience there, more than happy to just be taken over the line, concede a rush behind. But now we'll look for territory down the far side wing here at Edwin Flack. Big mark taken back with a flight. Very well done there. So Vermont with a chance to reload themselves, and they'll just pump it inside forward 50. It's an entry that will only find the waiting hands of Van Oostveen as he takes an uncontested intercept mark. Those will be rare today with the conditions coming in later on. As he'll just look to return serve down the wing. Plenty of bodies flying at it. No real winner of it yet. The handball was intercepted there from Taj De La Rue. He's still around the footy. Berwick turned tackler, though, through Bowden. And will have a ball up.
They've started well, actually, Vermont. They've had a lot of possessions, but, they're not their efficiency by foot is not letting them down badly at the moment.
That's exactly right, Brash. So the footy locked in their forward half so far, dominating territory. What can they do with it on this occasion? Still plenty of work to do, Jay. Took on a tackler there was Lewis Hill. Probably got pinned. No, high contact, free kick. Been bowed out a bit there. Looked a bit unsure with the step inside.
I thought the free kick was there, Chris, because the initial reaction was over the shoulder.
So now it's Hill that will just go down the line. Gee, territory, of course, a premium early in this first quarter. It'll be a free kick going Vermont's way, so they'll have a chance to take in themselves. Advantage not paid on this occasion.
That was an interesting free kick for Matty Wilcox.
Big Matt Wilcox down there. We've seen him so many times in defence, and he'll just get the handball receive. Just chip one now. Mark taken. Callum Smith. And he'll just look to get a shallow entry inside forward 50, outnumbered in the contest. They still have a chance here, though, do Vermont. It's Henry Smith's kick inside forward 50, out the back. Well-held body position and a well-held mark there. And Vermont will surely now kick their opener and their first of the day.
Yeah, well, they moved that ball once again into their forward 50. You can see what they're trying to do, Vermont. It's just their disposal has got to improve.
And Noah Burke calm as ever. That'll be bread and butter for him today. So he kicks his first of the day on St Kilda's VFL list. And Vermont get themselves back in front. 1-6, plays 1-2-8.
I don't mind actually their forwards. Obviously, you'd love to have Wiedemann out there, but they do have some interesting forwards. They do become less predictable. Burke's had a good start. I think Jenkins has looked lively, so I do think this is...
Jenkins is off the ground, guys.
Say he's off. We'll keep a close eye on that.
Okay.
He's not looking all that good either.
Just on those forward matchups, Ryan, it's Lewis Hill who's following Noah Burke today. It's Arthurson who's picking up Ian Bajramov, and Tyron Armu for the Eagles is being picked up by Roberts. Go on, Brash.
I reckon you want to keep an eye on Lockie Jenkins, number 12, guys. He's not looking good.
Cerullo's won the tap down. The clearance was won by Benjamin Todd, sporting one of the brightest set of boots around, I reckon. He turned it over, though. He's in this contest, but outmarking him there was Oscar Dunn. Looping handball over the top. Put his teammate in Josh Spencer under immense pressure, and it'll be a ball up at the right half forward flank, about 60 metres out from the Vermont goals. They've had all the territory. They lead 8.5 at the 8.5 minute mark of this quarter as Todd bursting away from the stoppage, getting the handball away to Nelson, dancing out of trouble and getting the kick to the left half forward flank where Bowden's up against two. Ross came in from behind with the spoil. Devonish in his second senior game, got the handball off to Neil. There's an open forward 50, he dribbles it down in that direction, picking up the ball cleanly is Bryan, who's going to be pinged.
Had to be pinged there.
Good pressure. Good chaos from Berwick as well, and it might be Matty Nelson who'll take this shot on goal, the former Noble Park man.
You know, and look, that's probably only the third or fourth forward 50 entry here for Berwick, and possibly another goal where Vermont have had copious amounts of forward 50 entry, and they really haven't made hay while the sun shines, one could say.
Speaking of the sun, if he gets this, it'll be under lights. This is probably the earliest we've had lights.
I was going to say, they were on in the reserves game as well. I think they were on in the reserves game as Nelson, a little bit of an angle. From around about 25 metres out, he'll kick and miss to the left.
Oh, that's a bad miss.
That is indeed, and it's 1-1-7 Berwick playing Vermont 1-2-8, 9.5 minutes played.
Yeah, missed opportunity there. They found themselves outnumbered in the defensive 50 as James Ross came off to affect the aerial contest and then allowed his man John Neal to get the footy inside. But now it's Wilcox who takes the mark for the kick, and this is a high kick. Might come down with snow on it, but not quite yet as Vermont have bodies around the ball now. Almost handballed it to himself with Josh Spencer, but he will be on the receiving end of this one. G thought about throwing it, now wrapped up in the tackle. Somewhat lucky the footy's made its way outside of and over the boundary line for now. So we'll have a boundary throw in just in front of the Vermont dugout. I'm sure plenty of instructions being barked out there as they're up by just a point. And the Rucks will go at it. Dunn wins the hit out. Great tackle there from Devonish. Knocked the footy loose. He's back around it again. Will he pick it up on this occasion? Gets a right mitt to where he has to reel it in. Gets slung around. Plenty of pressure around the footy so far, and we'll have another ball up.
Just an update on Jenkins. Just a corky. Just coming on to the ground now. He looks like he's about to get his interchange opponent now.
Dunn gets the hit out and the clearance himself as he gets it to Johns. Johns, fantastic kick inside the corridor. It's taken by Fisher. Fisher looked to give it off. Taken high there. So we'll have a free kick in the middle of the ground as I'm not sure Joseph Fisher knows about it just yet, but now has clearly been told. So fantastic kick in there from Johns, but
not wearing the long sleeves, Brash. Fisher.
Yeah, I know. It's astounding to me.
So Vermont with the free kick now. Just a few directions from the umpire is
blood rule.
Yep, so we'll go off. He did cop it high. He did stumble into the tackle someone himself, so no one really to blame there, but we will have the interchange going on.
Vermont are trying to play on they're trying to play a play-on game at all costs to try and get Berwick out of position here.
So it's a skipper in Ross. We'll just go laterally to Wilcox. We'll be calling those two names plenty today as Wilcox just pumps it inside forward 50. A few flyers at it and just sitting there reading the play best was that man in Armu. Yes, it was.
He's a big presence, and I think he's only 18 or 19 years of age.
He's got a bit of Bryce Galvin about him, doesn't he? He's very solid.
Yeah. Well, he found himself in the middle of three Berwick defenders and just seemed to read the footy the best himself. So the man on the mark's about 25, 28 metres out, I'll say. It's a little to no angle here. So here's Armu to extend Vermont's lead. The kick is on its way, and the goal umpire barely has to move. Armu finds the scoreboard. and Vermont push it out to a 7-point lead. 1-1-7 plays 2-2-14 as we are 12 minutes gone in this first term.
Well, they've done everything. They've done everything right here, Vermont. They probably need another couple of goals, because of that win factor. Because they'll need it. They'll need a buffer. They'll need to buffer.
For the boys on the boundary, how big is the win factor at the moment?
It's up and down at the moment. It's not really affecting play all that much, but it does come in gusts and could probably get behind a kick or two.
Is it worth 4 goals, Jared?
I wouldn't say so. I would say 2.
Wickers win the clearance. Taj De La Rue launches it inside forward 50. Forcing a contest was Dylan Linden in his second senior game as well. Ross under pressure from Todd, who's had a lively start. Linden got it to Devonish. Broke one tackle. Got a handball away to his teammate. This might be Jai Neal, who centres it beautifully.
Yeah.
That is a great play from Berwick and from Jai Neal in particular, who could have gone blazing away, but decides to set up Sam Woodward, who can go back and make it 2 for Berwick.
Yeah,
once again, very well done.
Yep.
Well done there by Berwick. Didn't panic. Sorry, Ryan.
Only 33 senior games to date for Sam Woodward. Still kicked the 20 goals. He's on a little bit of an angle, but 20 metres out he'll kick from to reduce the deficit for Berwick back down to 1 point after Vermont kicked the last 2. Comes in now, straight over the goal umpire's hat. It's a good start. It's a good start out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. 2-1-13 the Wickers to Vermont 2-2-14 after 14 minutes of play.
Yeah, you're right, Brash. It was a perfect setup kick. They've been pretty quick with their inside 50s as well, so they've obviously been able to hit up some targets, and a good result for Berwick, the quick reply.
Jenkins just come back and onto the ground just now, boys. I think he's coming in for the midfield. Looks a little bit still ginger at the moment. He's walking not great, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I agree with you, Blake. He looked like he's just lumbering around there, moving when he ran out there.
Well, they need him to run it off. 26 disposals, 8 clearances a game for that man there. As we look to win another one here, and Will just gets it forward. Footy will hit the deck. Well read there by Arthurson. That's all 100 games of experience there. Gets on the left boot just through the corridor. John's around it. Might tap into himself. He will. Gets a handball off Jay. He was asking Grimston to catch it behind his back. Couldn't quite do it himself, but Johns will go and get it. Gets it out to a teammate in Smith. That's Callum Smith. Intercept mark taken there from Arthurson.
Jeez.
That's a bit bold go on the Harlem Globetrotters style.
It almost worked too.
It's like the impossible dream.
So Arthurson just pumps the footy down the wing. Wilcox flew, didn't quite get near it. It's going to be brought out here by Isaacs. Now it's Smith. Smith just hits the lead up. Very well done there.
Is that Noah Burke?
Yeah, and finds the waiting arms of Noah Burke. So Burke looks like he backs himself from here.
Look, this kid, he's got the world at his feet. I've watched this come. He's mercurial when he's on Noah Burke.
Good hands as well.
So the kick will come from 50 out, about a 30-degree angle or so. Looks like it's got the carry. It looks good. It's going to go all the way.
He's kicked that from outside the circle there.
And Noah Burke with his second of the first term. As Vermont again extend their lead, is now 2-1-13 to Vermont 3-2-20. It's the Lions by 7.
Well, you said it well, Brash. I mean, as mentioned, it's great hands of the football, great kick, and he is going to be a very key part of this side going forward.
What I'm liking about the game is I'm loving the way that both sides are attacking the contest here. Right, there is a little bit of defence, but I like the attack bent from both sides. They're looking to score, and that's what we want.
Ball back up into the middle. Cerulis will be pinged for crossing the line before he should, so it'll be an Oscar Dunn free kick. Can he help Vermont extend their advantage out beyond the double-digit margin as he heads long to the right half-forward flank? The Flyers will fly. Van Oosteveen will be on the ground. Handball to Sam Woodward, who was under immediate duress. And ball up.
It is a big day for the forwards too of Vermont, because Berwick start their transition off the halfback so well, usually through Van Oosteveen. So
Dunn from behind, won the tap down. There is Van Oosteveen on cue. Turned it over though to Harry Banfield in his first senior game of the season. Turned it over to Cerulis. Berwick trying to work this out through hands in the congestion, but it's Vermont who will. McCluskey going deep to Ian Badramov. Arthurson from the side affected the contest and forced the boundary throw-in. At the right forward pocket for Vermont, who lead, as mentioned, by 7 points at the 17-minute mark of this first term. Thank you for tuning in to this week's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Facebook and YouTube, as well as 98.1 Radio Eastern, as Armu went up against Roberts. Roberts won it down. Jenkins was there, though. Handballed it to Dixon. Snap on goal. It'll come back, but bang the post.
Was bringing rain there from Lockie Dixon, the way that ball was donkey dropping. I'll tell you now.
So it's Vermont by 7 as Berwick just taking their time to bring the footy back into play here from Westro, and he'll just look to take territory. A couple of flies out of 2v1 for the Wickers. They can't quite get it themselves as now the Lions will go back inside forward 50. Here's Spencer, got the pick up, got it on the left boot, got it towards goal and got it through. Fantastic work there from Josh Spencer as Vermont hit the scoreboard again.
He hits a contest at pace here, Spencer, and he's got a deadly left foot. And that's a really, really good goal there from Vermont. They really are. I'm liking the way that they're attacking the contest here.
Yeah.
There's 1 and 2 going up. Yeah, okay, you'd say one should be staying down, but they've got numbers around that contest if the ball spills, which is really setting them up very nicely in that forward 50.
They look likely to score every single time they go forward.
They do.
And they're not just blazing away with this breeze, they're lowering their eyes as well at times as Dunn won it down. Dixon on the left boot, headed to the centre-half forward line where the uncontested mark is taken by Cooper Leon. Will head long and deep inside forward 50. Armu, the deepest target, fell well short of him. Jordan Roberts with a strong grab. The former Basin player played his 50th senior game with Berwick last weekend as he heads to the right back pocket. Blake Westra, still young into his senior career as well. Van Oostveen chipped it over the top and he found a teammate all by himself at the right half-back flank. That one being Ashton Williamson, who's put together a stellar season. Has Williamson in midfield. Heads long to the far side wing where affecting the contest there was Henry Smith. Is there on the ground to provide some pressure. Williamson got a handball away to Devonish, who dashes away from Vermont opposition. Got a kick to Vermont players as well. They're running in numbers are the Eagles. Johns heads in the direction of Joe Fisher, who took the grab. Heads inside forward 50 because he's got a player all by himself in Burke. And he can go back for goal number 3, Noah Burke, in this contest. He's proving to be a lively presence in attack for the Eagles.
Put that down to Lockie Johns'
I was just about to say that.
That was just insight that no other players got. Just picked him, and Fisher really didn't have to break stride there.
Burke comes in, fades to the left, and will remain there. So 4-4-28, Vermont plays Berwick 2-1-13. We're into time on, 20 minutes gone, first quarter.
I was going to add on that, Brash. Every single kick Lockie Johns has pulled off, he hits his targets, and it's just the skill level is unmatched.
Van Oostveen, well telegraphed kick, finds his teammate.
I watched him as an under-16, Lockie Johns, and he can hit a tin can off 50 metres, mate.
Van Oostveen gets it back. This time distributes to Wester, who's had a bit of the footy recently. Kicks to a 1v1 contest on the wing. Well smothered there from Ayan Bajramov, and footy will make its way over the boundary line.
I don't reckon Berwick have done too much wrong. I think Vermont have done a really good job in pinning them in their back 50 and not allowing them to run the ball out.
So Rux will go at it to Armu on this occasion, and Cyrilus tapped it, but tapped it to Armu. So bit of confusing work going on as Cyrilus goes to ground just to punch it forward. Van Oostveen, now they combine through hands. Nelson goes through the middle to Luke Nelson. Good body work there at the back from Isaacs. Now has to get the handball off and does so. McCluskey here, wrapped up in a tackle. A lot of footy to be won still. Ross tackles. Ross gets rewarded for the tackle, and they'll go straight away as Armu takes the advantage. Out to the wing, a little bit of space as time runs out here, though. Stepping inside was Callum Smith. Smith through the corridor. They've got numbers, and they can play on and go, and that they do. Dixon pressured as he kicked it. Footy will fall short, and footy will fall into the hands there of Cooper Leon.
It was well done by Callum Smith. He kept his composure, looked for an inside target, Ryan, and hit the target, and that allowed space again for the Vermont player to lead into on the next possession.
So Leon's kick will come from about 45 out, little to no angle. He's looking for Vermont's 5th of this opening term. Away at Edwin Flack, the kick's on its way, and it's been pulled left.
As soon as it hit the foot on the boot, I knew it was going left.
Well, it's probably the only negative they've had this quarter. They could have kicked a couple more.
Yeah, they probably should be around 6-3, I reckon. You're right, Ryan.
4-5-29, they are the Eagles. Berwick 2-1-13 as Van Oostveen heads towards the far side. Wilcox took the mark. Some good body work on two opponents there from a man with plenty of experience as well. Nearing 200 senior games as he burns the man on the mark at Cerulis. Heads inside forward 50 where the spoil was applied by Arthurson. Nelson's there on the ground. Got the handball away. Might get this footy back here. No, it's Ashton Williamson, in fact. Handballs it back to his teammate who has Sam Woodward at the left back pocket. Heads to Caleb Van Oostveen. On the other side, his kick wasn't great. Vermont locking it in their attacking half, but doing well there was Caden Lane. Nelson was ushered over the boundary line.
I think the thing that Matty Adolph will be really happy will be with the pressure all over the ground, not just in the forward 50, but they're winning their 50-50s, but they're doing it in style at the moment.
Yep. Well, their turnover game has been strong too, and that was something he did bring up in the pre-game as well. That'd be key to get over the line here today at Edwin Flack, because Cerulis got the handball away to Todd, who's had a good start for the Wickers. Bowden happy to affect the contest and see it over the boundary line. So 23 3/4 minutes gone. It's Berwick trailing by 16 points out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. A good start for the Eagles, who have won a fair few games out here in the years gone by.
They have.
Although they did lose their last encounter out here at Edwin Flack Reserve as Cerulis almost pushed out Armu, who followed up and got the kick, which was smothered. Deflects to Jenkins. Jenkins, the backwards handball was good to Spencer. Spencer gets it back to Jenkins. Jenkins to his teammate who's in front of the congestion. Heads inside forward 50. Fisher flies. Force the contest. The Eagles have numbers on the ground. They get the handball back to Kafiso. Handballed it to his teammate. Has Leon as an outlet option, and affecting the kick there was Vassas when Dixon was all by himself. It still might favour the Eagles. McCluskey got the handball to Kafiso, who has open space. Sets up for goal. It fades to the right. And there'll be a free kick paid to the Wickers, and it'll go to Caleb Van Oostveen.
How many times was Jenkins involved then? Just the smart handballs over the top and found a person every single time. They've been pretty efficient so far.
So a chance for Berwick to try and get out of their defensive 50 here. The Eagles have done brilliantly at locking them in. And they'll just look to go down the wing. Ross bumped out of it. Too much in it, though, so...
Yeah, I always reckon that's a play on for me.
That's a line ball. Yeah.
I don't like seeing those free kicks given.
I thought he just used his body well.
So did I.
So here's Ross for the Eagles. We just look to go inside forward 50. Bit of a mung of a kick. Didn't quite catch it well enough, though, and Williamson takes intercept grab.
They probably see that as poetic justice there, Berwick.
Bit of ball don't lie in that brash, maybe, as Williamson will now just look to return serve. It feels like all the footy's been played right in front of us here on the near side as Wilcox cops a big hip and shoulder. There's Jenkins, gets a handball out. Spencer was around it, could have quite taken himself. Todd gets it out, looking for Roberts. The footy won't quite sit up for him. Still plenty of ball to be won, and it's won by the Eagles as they'll go inside forward 50 here. Couldn't quite get it there. Berwick a chance to bring it out now. Here's Noah Cannon with his chip kick backwards. Gee, left a lot to be desired on the kick. He'll get it, give it back now. They're almost running out of space here at Berwick as they'll look down the near side wing. Holding free kick will go the way of Harry Canning, and they will go the way of the big man in Jesse Cerulis. So,
and it's strange that you say that they're running out of space here, Chris, because there's plenty of space out here.
So the footy just ushered over the boundary line on this occasion.
Guys, at ground level, I've been really impressed with how Vermont not have just been winning the contests, but they're trusting their teammates to win the contest, holding their width and being right there for the outlet handball.
So the Rucks will go at it once again. Easily won there, but not to advantage from Cerulis, and it will just be another ball up as Spencer is wrapped up on that occasion. So we're just about 26 and a half gone, as we'll only get to about 26 and a half in the opening term as the quarter time siren rings. Berwick 2-1-13 to Vermont 4-5-29. So it's the Eagles with an early 16-point lead as we'll take you through our goal kickers. It's singles to Sam Woodward and Jai Neal for Berwick. And on the other side of things for Vermont, it's Noah Burke with a 2 and then singles to Tyron Armu and Josh Spencer. We're going to have a short break and we'll be back with a coach's interview and the second quarter of action out here at Edwin Flack.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Edwin Black Reserve. Vermont 4-5-29, leading Berwick 2-1-13. Just repeating the major goal kickers. Noah Burke with 2 singles to Josh Spencer and Tyrone Armour, while Sty Neal and Sam Woodward are on the scoreboard for the Wickers. Josh Ward here alongside Chris Cordis, Ryan Long, Wayne Brasham. We've got Blake Tennant and Jarrett Beanland down on the boundary. We'll go around the grounds and we'll start in the Premier Division. East Ringwood a fast start, 5-3-33. Lead Doncaster East 1-1-7. No update from Morden Park. Roval 4-5-29, lead Baldwin 2-1-13, and we don't have an update as well from the Pat Wright Senior Oval between Noble Park and South Croydon. In Division 1, it's Mitcham 3-2-20, leading Wanturna South 1-1-7. Parker Orchards 4-2-26, leading Moorbark 2-4-16. Norwood a fast start in the one-off appearance for Josh Bruce, 4-6-30. The Norseman to the Waters yet to register a score. Montrose 3-3-21, lead Beaconsfield 3-2-20, and a really fast start for North Ringwood, 6-2-38. To Baronia, yet to score out of Quamby Reserve. So a really good start there for the Saints on their home deck. Into Division 2, and a surprise out at Surrey Park Reserve, which we'll go to shortly. It's Croydon 5-1-31, the fast start over the Panthers. Surrey Park 2-2-14. East Burwood lead over Mulgrave 4-4-28 to the Lions 2-3-15. Heathmont 2-1-13, lead Waverley Blues 1-1-7. Templestowe 2-4-16, lead Ringwood 1 behind. And Scoresby 5-1-31, lead Lilydale 4-4-28 in that game out at the Ellis. So we might go down, we'll go down to Blake Tennant shortly, who will have the Berry coach Andrew Williams alongside him, and we'll go down to him now.
Yeah, just down here with the Berwick coach. Just want a quick one. The pressure you were talking about, that really good in the first couple of minutes, and then it sort of dropped off. Is that the way Vermont just got on top of you that first quarter?
Yeah, they started beating us around the ball, and they set the ground up really well and started using their numbers really well, and they were hit up on us up forward, which is a bit of a concern.
And just what's the key changes that you're going to implement for this second quarter and going forward for the rest of this game?
I think we just got to get back to playing the way we play, dial our pressure up, and I guess start to get some clean ball through the middle of the ground and test out their defence.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks, Ed. Mike Tennant. Jared Beanland, you're at the Vermont huddle.
I was indeed, Josh. Matt Adolf was very happy with that performance, very happy with the scores on turnover. He's cognizant of the wind in this quarter, so a little bit of an adjustment in perhaps the way they will move the ball. But quite notable was James Ross saying this is the biggest quarter of the season. So that's the sentiment that Vermont are going out there right now.
There you go.
It's quite big from James Ross there as we're about to get the second quarter, I should say. On the way out here at Edwin Flack Reserve, Chris Cordes.
So it's 16 points the difference, and we are going to see if that changes now as Vermont win the ruck contest commandingly. They're going to get it out now to Oppie. Oppie chains up. Spencer bursting through. Left foot, 40 out. Should have done better. Just pulled it wide. It's about as much space as he'll get all day, Josh Spencer.
Oh, talk about a perfect start if that had gone through. Jeez.
But I like the ball movement, though.
Yeah.
We talk about the 30-second sort of thing, but that was 10 seconds.
That was literally... That's quite remarkable from Spencer as it's 2-1-13 Berwick playing Vermont 4-6-30 as Arthurson decides to go straight through the spine. Cyril has dropped the mark, but Taj De La Rue was there. Handballed it over the top to Canning. Canning to Bowden, who's run down from behind, but it's a push in the back. And in an instance, Berwick are in their attacking half, and Braden Bowden, after literally 30 seconds ago, it was in Vermont's attacking 50. Will have an opportunity here. Maybe not with the aid of the breeze.
Yeah, well, you saw the first kick from Arthurson was about 65 out from the goal square, so I certainly think he's got the distance.
Breeze has momentarily dropped off right now.
Right on cue for Braden Bowden. He's kicked 13 senior goals, lets it ride, and it is well to the right, out of bounds on the full. So
bring back the barrel there. But just quickly, sorry, I just want to touch on, he's trying to, with the forwards with Berwick, he's just trying to add another forward, like an extra forward. So watch this space for this second quarter here.
As John's clear defensive 50, Eagles work it out through hands. Leon got it to his teammate who had done running for him. Kick went out of bounds in the end for a boundary throw in a minute and 3 quarters played. And it's 2-1-13 playing 4-6-30 Vermont.
So the Rucks will get ready to go once more as we'll have this boundary throw in true centre wing here. Out at Edwin Flack. And Cyrill's looked to win it, couldn't quite do so though as Williamson's around the footy, went to ground, got it, flicked out a handball. He'll look to do the same, but his was intercepted as Vermont looked to bring it out. Throwing free kick will go the way of the Wickers though. So here's Ashton Williamson. No, instead it'll be Lewis Hill as the umpire directs traffic. Williamson's still an option to the right, but he'll be turned away from. Mark taken there by Matthew Nelson. Just a short kick, gives it back off to Hill. Hill now looking inside 50. Should have been taken an intercept mark there as Ross now has it for Vermont. They just flick a handball out, looking for anything at the moment. It's a bit of head and hope in there for the Eagles. As wheeling away and throwing it on the boot was Frank Gallis. Looking to get a forward. Wilcox is in a 1v1. He's up against Bowden. Bowden will get it. Look for Wall. Tapped it to himself. Can he get boot to ball? Not quite. Looking for a free kick. Won't be paid one. Still a lot of footy to be won around there as Ross we just managed to dive on the footy and get it over for a rush behind. So just a minor score there in a bit of a scramble.
Well, that's what Andrew Williams wants his players to do in this quarter. He wants to see a bit more pressure on the Vermont back 50.
Kicking taken by McCluskey. He finds a target and they'll go quickly now. Will Vermont down the far wing at the back of the pack. Mark taken. Burke, he'll go further. Looking for Oppie. Oppie's got 12 goals in the season. Good bit of body work on Hill. Here's Kane Oppie. Footy sits up for him. Has to go. Lost his footing. Look to get a handball off. He'll have to rove his own work. Hill around there again. Wrapped him up. Oppie wants holding the man. No, nothing paid there. And maybe a missed opportunity there as Kane Oppie lost his footing. We'll have the ball up.
Well, he would have got that handball over, and I think Vermont might have streaked into an open goal there.
Yeah, Cooper Leon was a big opportunity.
So the ball up in effect now. Berwick first hands to it, wrapped up immediately though. Not even a second of time inside that forward 50 for Vermont at the moment, as it's a 16-point deficit as it was at quarter time. Rucks will go at it, wheeling away now as Bajramov. He's set upon immediately. We'll have another ball up.
Both sides have been able to transition the ball from end to end pretty quickly in the first quarter and a bit, which might change depending on how this weather starts to take action.
Ball thrown back up. Cyrilus the tap down. Brilliant one to Ashton Williamson. Chipped it over the top, searching for Lane. Went over the top of his head. John with the intercept possession. Onto his left. Heads inside forward 50. Oppie and Spencer were there. Leon on the ground. Got the handball away to McCluskey. Goes the dabbing ball. Deeper inside forward 50. Burke the hot man. Handball to Jenkins who'll dribble it through.
Touch.
It was touch. But Vermont, every time they move the ball into their forward 50, they look like they're going to score at the moment.
All they rue missed chances though. 4-7-31 the Eagles to Berwick 2-2-14. We've played just under 5 minutes here in the opening term, or the second term of this Eastland match of the round. Is Van Oosteveen once again on kick-out duties. Heads to the far side, where it's a 3-on-2, but Bowden did really well to nearly juggle the mark. Will apply the pressure on Burke. Or Oscar Dunn, I should say, who could have gone pinned for holding the man. Nothing doing, said the umpire. Eagles still win out. Harry Isaacs to the hot spot where Bartramov will fly. Forced the contest at least, where Arthursson's there to mop up. Got the handball away to Van Oosteveen. The two generals of the Berwick defence provide a calming presence. It goes short to Caden Lane.
The only thing Matty Adolf won't be happy about there was 3 Vermont players that went up, none down. There should have been at least one there.
So Lane will just look down the wing. No real win of it yet. Vermont looking to chain up through hands. There's Isaacs. Just gets it inside forward 50, asking a lot of Oppie there as innocent marks taken by Noah Cannon. So Cannon has the option of Nelson, just gets it to him. It's Matthew Nelson on this occasion, so he still has options wide. Van Oosteveen is one of them, doesn't go to him initially. Now we just send it down the line, bit of a 3v1. Big fist came from Frank Gallis, but he went the wrong way as Josh Spencer's around there for Vermont. And he'll just get wrapped up immediately, so a ball up here. Cyrilus wins the hit out, gets it to Frank Gallis. Missed the handball though. Here's Spencer, couldn't quite come and bring the footy with him as he ran past it. Still the footy makes its way out there as Nelson's around it. That's Matthew again while applying pressure. Umpire's letting him play here, and fair enough, as we'll now eventually get the call for the ball up. So again, a little bit of a cagey start to this term as it was in the first quarter. Frank Ellis gets boot to ball for Berwick, gets it to Isaacs, who's looking to take the intercept and does so now as a footy set up for him, gets it to Johns. Johns looking for the lead up of Amu, will fall just short of him. He's got a bit of work to do here, Tyron Amu. Or in other words, it's Fisher, I should say, as Fisher couldn't quite get it. Appeals for a holding free kicker, approved for Caden Lane of Berwick, so he'll get the free kick in there. We've just been locked in this midfield at the moment, Josh.
It's at the half-back flank for Berwick on the far side. Nice bit of play there from Johns, looking to create some more space. Has certainly been key in the early stages of this contest of a half-back flank. A new role for him as Lane in the meanwhile headed in the direction of Linden, who flew. Canning's there on the ground, locked up by Kafiso. Umpire calls play on after he managed to dig it out. Did Canning. Smith under pressure, turned it over to Canning. De La Rue, who's been certainly around the footing, racking up the disposals early on. There's a tripping free kick found for Matt Wilcox. We'll have it at the right half-back flank for Vermont. Kicking to the left of the broadcast in this second term against the breeze out here at Edwin Flack Reserve as the kick went short. Lockie Johns.
I will say that Vermont are playing a game, right, and making Berwick play a game that they don't want to play at the moment.
Certainly are doing well and lead by 17 points, although will they rue missed chances? They've had 11 scoring shots to the wickets for as Berwick skipper Will Arthurson took the intercept grab and got a 25 to boot. So he's within striking distance, Arthurson.
Oh, yeah. Take his best. He's far way out.
Oh, set it up to the teeth of goal. No, just decides to head in the Lewis Hill direction. Up against the Vermont opponent. Got it there on the ground. Has Van Oosteveen as an outlet. Who headed inside or near forward 50. Woodward. Smart lateral kick from Van Oosteveen. Woodward will now send it to the teeth of goal where there's a big pack. Some flies will fly and De La Rue will give away the free kick. And it'll go once again to Matt Wilcox, who looks to play on immediately and head to the right back pocket for the Eagles. His teammate looks to go in board where Callum Smith is. Took an uncontested grab in the end, handballed it off immediately, and Spencer's in the middle, got it back to Smith with a hospital hand pass though. Smith managed to work it out, and it's Spencer who heads to the far side where Aryan Badramov is all by his lonesome. Could take a bounce if he chooses to, decides not to, and heads in the Joe Fisher direction at the right half forward flank. 60 metres out from goal, chipped it over the top smartly to Lucas Vassis. Now about 50 metres out from goal. He heads to the hot spot where Amu will go up against 3. Floating in though was Oscar Dunn. Smith's there on the ground. Berwick have the numbers and they're almost running in numbers. Wool was taken down hard. Berwick still have the advantage. They have it here on the broadcast side wing where Bowden heads long inside forward 50. And a good grab taken, an uncontested grab in the end by the Wickers, and it might be Dylan Linden, who from almost directly in front can go back and kick senior goal number 3 as well, and this only his second senior game as well.
Well, that was their best part of the play. That was their best set piece played today, Berwick. They moved the ball. They weathered the that Vermont assault there in that forward 50. Wild probably took one for the team there. And that created the extra man and the overlap on this side of the ground.
They ran, certainly in numbers did the Wickers, and Linden has an opportunity to get the first goal of this second term. It goes through. And it's Berwick 3-2-20, trailing Vermont now by 11 points. 4-7-31, 10 and a half minutes play.
Yeah, he did take a very heavy hit. It's probably good. Probably good that they just take him off the ground, just let him get his senses back just in case.
Yeah, you got it, Brash. Wall off the ground after that honest-to-goodness suplex.
He nearly got cut in half, didn't he?
Yeah. Rain's starting to get a little bit heavier as well down here on ground level. So in the next half an hour, I think it's going to be, very full on with the weather.
So we might be in for some scrappy footy here, but it's Vermont that won't mind that at the moment as they find themselves 11 points up. But it's Berwick with the centre clearance looking to cut into that lead, looking for the forward 50 lead up. Couldn't quite get it there. McCluskey doing the defensive work. Now the ball's with Kafiso for Vermont. Vermont looking to bring it out to this far side and they'll just chip it, looking for Leon. He's set upon by Hill. Footy will go over the top of both of them and out for a boundary throw-in just in front of the Berwick dugout.
Berwick are working harder in their midfield, and they've won a few clearances in this quarter, and that's given them an opportunity to get back in the contest here.
So Rux will go out as the boundary throw-in falls just a touch short. Sign that the footy might be getting a bit heavy. Cyrilis gets it off there. Here's Todd. Benjamin Todd lines it up for goal. It's online. Does it have the distance? Yes, it does.
That's a lovely goal.
Fantastic goal from Benjamin Todd, and Berwick have life.
That's a goal of the day contender and then some from Benjamin Todd.
Yes, Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
And that really got the crowd into it as well. That's the first real cheer I've heard from this vantage point.
All of a sudden, Berwick have just found their mojo in the last 5 minutes. They've just been able to open the game up and find it on and get the game on their terms. Vermont have been toiling away, but their back 50 have been all of a sudden have come under stress, and at the moment they've just buckled a little bit.
Oh, they've reduced the deficit to 5 points as it looks like the rain's starting to come down that little bit more. And we'll have this ball thrown back up in the middle of Edwin Flack reserve as Cyrilis won it down, followed up his own work with the clearance, turned it over though to Johns. Johns' kick falls short of Arthurson, who's still gathered, got the handball away to Todd, who applied the pressure and forces a turnover from the Eagles, although they're able to apply some good pressure. Forward of centre for Vermont.
So the tackling pressure of Berwick now is making Vermont fumble the ball, which was the opposite in the first quarter.
Amu won it down. Smith got it out to Fisher, who broke a tackle, headed inside forward 50. Will fall short of his teammate there. That might be Noah Burke. It is. We can't keep it in place. Some good pressure from Jordan Roberts. We'll have a ball in. Left half forward flank for the Wickers. Or Vermont, I should say. 13 and a half minutes played. 4-2-26. Berwick plays Vermont 4-7-31. They've kicked the only 2 goals of this quarter, kicking to what is the scoring end so far in this contest out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. 6 goals kicked so far towards the right of your broadcasters. Heading inside forward 50 are the Eagles. There was Charlie Bryan, and a free kick found for the Wickers, who look to take the advantage there through Noah Cannon, I should say. Heads to the far side where Lyndon's in a one-on-one against Harry Isaac. Isaacs does well. Lyndon applies some good pressure, but Isaacs escapes. Fumbled the ball after nearly getting the handball received from Harrison Banfield, and will have a ball in.
How important was that miss of Spencer's? Because they could have been nearly 4 up. Now that Berwick have got back in the contest, it just shows you just one kick can just throw the whole equilibrium of your game plan out the door.
So the footy's here to be won. With it in hand was Vassis. Struggled to get a handball out, but they get it out eventually through Banfield. Mark taken. They'll just look to go in through the corridor. He's Amu. Mark taken again, a short 15 metres on that occasion, but we'll just stop and assess his options. So maybe a chance to slow play down momentarily as they'll kick now to a 1v1. Very well done in the contest there from Vermont. There's still a lot of work to do though as Berwick look to bring it out. Leon turns tackler and will have a ball up.
But I think we're naive to think that Berwick were just going to lie down and let Vermont just run all over them, because Berwick are a much better and more resilient side this year.
So the hit out's going to go straight down the throat of Benjamin Todd, who gets it on the left boot. His kick intercepted by Lachlan Johns though. So Johns, quality user with ball in hand, looks to set a teammate up. It flies to a pack. Plenty of Berwick players went up though. Vermont players stayed down of a ball up. Some 25 metres out from Vermont's goal. Just something I noticed before is Jai Neal hobbled off momentarily. So Berwick will be hoping that's nothing serious as the Rucks will go at it out the back of the pack. Westra, they're looking to bring it out further. They just take territory with a clearing kick. Wall was around it. Nearly took a one-hander mark with Sam Woodward. Play on the call though. Here's a chance now as they get it through Kafiso, working it forward.
That was a handball in hope.
There's Todd that gets it for once more. Wilcox in pursuit. The footy will stay in for now. He's got a fair bit to do now and he's more than happy to be ushered over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in.
Well, probably just gives him a second to set back up defensively.
I thought you were about to drop a pipe bomb there, bro.
I thought you were about to drop the magic wheel. Jeez, it's been a proper Saturday afternoon.
Just on the bench situation, Wall is back on the ground after he made an appearance in that last play.
So the Rucks will go out at once more. Cyrilus getting a rest, so he's not in there at the moment. So Dunwill's away with it, gets a handball over the top to Spencer. Spencer wrapped up and still manages to get the footy clear. Leon goes off the ground. Well picked up there by Berwick in Hurst. They're training out through handballs now, asking a lot of Nelson though. Matthew Nelson, that is. They have to go forward. Badramov palms it forward. They went without it. Here's Leon. Leon kick, terrifically smothered. They've still got it now. Berwick managed to stand tall and get the footy in the hands of Lewis Hill, who slows it down now, finds Taj De La Rue. De La Rue with options down the line, plenty of teammates demanding the footy.
Roberts looked like he was trying to go for the slam dunk there.
As De La Rue just throws on the left boot, it's a high kick, plenty of players will fly at it. One of them's Wall, couldn't quite get it. Footy almost fell in the hands of Wilcox, he wasn't expecting it. Looking for Frank Gallus, and Ross gets it, handball goes straight over the boundary line. Bit of push and shove now as Lachlan Johns makes his presence known.
Yeah, well, didn't love the attention on Ross there.
Put it this way, you don't see Lockie Johns normally would not go in for any reason. He's not that type of player, so there was something in that.
So hit out goes to Leon, couldn't quite take it cleanly though. It's Smith who wins the clearance. Here around the footy, they're going to get forward. Oppie's around it now. Here they get it to Spencer. Spencer has Oppie in the centre who wants it again. They'll go to Badramov instead. One-on-one contest. Footy will fall short. And it's good help defence there as the intercept mark is taken for Berwick, and it's Taj De La Rue.
The wrong option there by Spencer, kicking to a 2-on-1.
Short the kick went to Lewis Hill. Back to Westra. Nearest defensive goal square, now to the far side back pocket where Caden Lane is providing an outlet option. Heads to the left half back flank where Van Oostveen took the grab. Had a solid game so far, as you'd expect from a man who certainly racks up the disposals defensively, as does this guy, Luke Nelson.
Well, he's upped his work rate in this quarter, Van Oostveen.
Certainly has, and Nelson will go long to the left half forward flank where Berwick have the numbers on the ground. Todd got a handball away. Will Lyndon run onto it? He eventually will and pick it up cleanly. Tries to break an opponent. Got a handball away to Todd, who was under pressure from Johns. Ball spills out of bounds for a boundary throw in at the left forward pocket for the Wickers.
They should have made better.
Yeah.
They didn't make hay with that opportunity there, Berwick. They had two in front. They had no Vermont players within 5 metres.
Nelson wide open.
Ball about to be thrown back into play. It's Bowden against Will Cox. There's an off-the-ball free kick. Is it going to Vermont? It is. And it will be going to Thomas McCluskey. Senior game number 9 today. Played most of the season at the senior level, has McCluskey. They're holding their own at the moment now, are the Eagles. Still 5 points the difference as the kick went short. Smith fumbled the mark. Devonish applied too much pressure, though.
Bit unlucky.
Dodged the bullet there.
They might not have dodged a bullet here as Linden spins out of trouble. Couldn't get Boots a ball. Applies the pressure on McCluskey. They might have turned it over here again. Have the Eagles in their defensive 50. No, they do well. Smith somehow garnished a handball away to Dixon, who broke a tackle. Goes streaming through the middle of Edwin Flack Reserve. Hits in the Badgermov direction. Dunn's there to support him on the ground. Will be locked up by 2 Berwick opponents. One of those Van Oostveen.
Well, they really did dodge a bullet there, Vermont. Out of their back 50. That could have gone anywhere, that ball.
Could have been an opportunity for the Wickers to hit the front as Bowden still up in ruck. Won the tap down. Nelson almost stole it away from his Vermont opponent. Might have turned it over, though, to Grimstar. He has. Defensive side of the centre square for the Eagles. Heads lateral to McCluskey, who's on this broadcast side wing. Got a short option in Leon. Took the grab as Matt Nelson mans the mark. Head short. Noah Burke, who has certainly made an impression in attacking 50 once again, or the attacking half for the Eagles. Heads inside forward 50. Badgermov on a lead.
Great kick.
Yeah, that was a very nice kick. But I've got to say, I'm liking the way that both these sides are attacking the contest here. They're, they're both prepared to play great risk and for great reward football here, and I think we're being rewarded with a very, very good contest.
And Badgermov, this would, if he kicks this, would re-extend Vermont's lead out to 11 points. And
tell you what, this is not going to be an easy kick here.
Kicks this, would be a contender for the goal of the day. He's tucked up to the boundary line about 35 metres out. The former Heathmont, the former Montmorency man comes in. It's a good connection and it goes through.
That is a good kick.
That's perfect.
That is a good kick from there.
That is a goal of the day contender from Ian Badgermov, and the Eagles are back out by 11 points. 5-7-37 plays Berwick 4-2-26.
I've liked his quarter two. He's had a couple of good leads, had a couple of opportunities, and led well for that one in the pocket. And that's a great kick. He judged the win perfectly. And
well, that was a good pass by Burke to hit him out front. Gave the defender no chance there.
Yeah, really good. And they needed that one too as well, because they'd probably been on the back foot for the last 6 or 7 minutes.
Guys, Jai Neal has spent an extended amount of time on the bench. He's just getting that calf worked on, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that.
Cyril is still off the field as well, and that's a man that's, was doing well in the ruck contest. They started to lose that contest to Dunn a bit now as the game has worn on, but see what they can do here is we'll have another ball up just close to the centre circle.
Both sides are relying on their ruckman to get first use out of the centre here.
And it's on that occasion Bowden that does the ruck work, wins the hit out, but it'll be Vermont coming the other way. Handball intercepted, now they'll look to go back to him. Not quite, he's just breaking a few tackles through the middle, and now they'll look inside 50. Plenty of bodies around there. Ross was worked off it. A chance now as the dribbler will go through. Fantastic goal there from Harry Canning.
And that just shows you, I think this is the way this game has been played. When both sides get their opportunity right, they're hurting each other on the scoreboard.
The centre clearance is going to be so important. Just to be able to reset, get it in there quickly, and obviously they got Vermont out in position then to get one right back.
Good play from Ben Devonish as well in the middle of the ground. Only his second senior game as well, Devonish, today. So, and was best on ground in Berwick's victory over Blackburn 2 weekends ago. As it'll be Bowden once again going up in ruck against Oscar Dunn. Dunn the tap down. Reading it best though was Williamson. Was under pressure from Vassars. Applies the pressure on Vassars, who's still got a handball away to Smith. And Smith is going to be pinged for holding the ball. And they'll play on immediately. Bowden darting ball in the Wool direction at the right half forward flank up against Wilcox, who applied some good pressure. Wool can't keep it in play. Got back up on his feet and did well. But it's still a boundary throw-in for the Wickers in their attacking half. Can they hit the front for the first time today? Or the second time today, I should say. It's 5-2-32 to Vermont 5-7-37 at the moment. 24 minutes gone in this first quarter as Cyrilus is back on the ground. Won the tap down, straight down the throat of Grimster. And a ball up will take place. In the forward 50 on a 45-degree angle and about 35 metres out from the Wickers' goals. As Cyrilus will follow up his ruck work with the handball out to Frangelis. Heads to the hot spot, where a holding free kick will go in the direction of the Eagles.
It'd be Ross.
Skipper performing pretty well today, as he always does, James Ross, and look to clear his defensive lines, Chris.
So 24 and a half gone in this second quarter, as Ross would just sink the laces into it. Gee, move flew. Couldn't quite come down with the footy, though. There's a lot of ground ball to be won at the moment. And no one will come out a definitive winner, so the umpire will call for the ball. And that is the half-time siren, bringing this first half to an end. It's Berwick 5-2-32 to Vermont 5-7-37. The Eagles away from home with a 5-point lead at the major break. We'll take you through our goal kickers before we go off for a bit. We have singles to Benjamin Todd, Sam Woodward, Jai Neal and Harry Canning, as well as Dylan Linden for Berwick. And on the Vermont side of things, it's Noah Burke with 2, and then singles to Josh Spencer, Ayan Bajramov and Tyron Amu. We're going to have a short break, then we'll come back with our halftime coverage before getting ready for our second half of action out here at Edward Flack Reserve in the Eastland match of the round. It's Berwick 32, trailing Vermont 37.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Edwin Flack Reserve for this Premier Division clash between Berwick and Vermont. My name is Jared Beanland to take you through this halftime show. Joining me up in the box is Matt Spider-Lee and Blake Tennant. Currently, the score stands at, it's Berwick 5-2-32 to Vermont 5-7-37. Just the 5-point lead for Vermont. Really entertaining game we've got on our hands, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Spider. How did you see this second quarter go? It was Vermont looking to get on top, but then Berwick really evening it at the contest.
Let's just take it back a step. I mean, in that first term, Vermont did all the running. They were out of the box early. I thought Spencer was very good. They were able to go forward. They constructed score. And they were able to withstand a lot of the pressure, and they applied a lot of pressure to Berwick. I mean, Berwick went in only a couple of times. Yes, they were efficient, but when Vermont went in, they looked like they were going to score it, and for their sake, they probably a little bit disappointed they didn't reflect the scoreboard a little bit more. But in the second turn, the script certainly flipped, didn't it, boys? Because it was the pressure from Berwick. Their intercepting game got going, but their clearance and stoppage work really started to come to the task as well, and to the fore, and ended up getting some really good results up forward as well. So a little bit more pressure now back on Vermont, and be interesting to see how this one goes in the second half.
Yeah, during the first quarter, I found Berwick's ball movement to be very stagnant. They seemed to have trouble contending with the way Vermont was setting up.
Yeah, and that was due to the good work by Vermont.
But I think Berwick then changed the way they were moving the ball from that back after a couple of moments where they just went immediately and didn't give Vermont that opportunity.
Yeah, I just felt as well during that first quarter, Vermont were just going in the corridor a lot of the time, and then in the second quarter, Berwick sort of eliminated that.
Well, they defended corridor a lot better, didn't they, Blake?
Because it could have got a bit ugly if Vermont really got on top, because quite frankly, I think Vermont should have been 37 points at quarter time, and I think Berwick have done really well defensively and also attacking with the footy, so I've been really happy with that. We know the big fella Jai Neal, unfortunately we don't know what the latest news with him, but they need him out there as well. But I'm really happy with how this man is going in Sam Woodward. I think he's playing a really good game and having a good say in this game for the Wickers if they want to get over the line. And I think we all saw what James Ross said as well, which is a great captaincy move as well, is that this is the most important quarter, but I don't think it is at the moment, because I think that was all Berwick. I don't know how you guys
Well, it's going to be a matter of how far can Vermont get in front in this term, and can they defend that lead going into the back end of this game. So that's going to be their biggest challenge, because we know that this game will go right down to the wire, and Berwick will keep coming. They will, and they'll put pressure on. Look, their work out of contest and clearance was really good. You see guys like Devonish, you see guys like Canny, you see the guys up forward like Bowden, then Todd, he's buzzing around inside that 50 as well. They're applying a lot of pressure. They were starting to get the ball out in the first term out of their defensive end, Berwick, but they were able to start getting their intercept game, and when they can start getting their transition going, that's when they look most threatening.
Absolutely. I think the main thing for Vermont, or not the main thing necessarily, but one of the things that really impressed me during the first quarter, just the cleanliness of their disposal when they were able to get it out of contest, and the way they were very quickly able to find that lateral sort of kick to then just go immediately after. The rain it's been fickle, it's been on, it's been off, it's going to be on again soon, so I think Vermont might struggle to play that same sort of a way as they did in the first quarter.
Yeah, and the Vermont Tools have been going pretty well, and then through the midfield as well, as you just alluded to, I think some of their players have been going really well. I thought Dunn's been going really well in the ruck, so having some real presence and about him. And as we just mentioned, Spencer before, going really nice up forward, certainly giving him a lot of drive and getting involved in the play, badgering off as well, doing some really important things. So they're in the game. It's just going to be whether they're good enough to hold on across the four quarters.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the only game set down for decision in this round of footy around the eastern suburbs. Plenty of footy being played. Blake Tennant has got the latest scores for you.
Yes, good game between East Ringwood and Donny East at the moment. East Ringwood 59, Doncaster East 38. Ravel big lead over Bourne at the moment, 52-23. No scores
between Blackburn and South Belgrave just yet. Haven't received anything at all. South Croydon 31, Noble Park 24. And you've obviously got the score for this game on Radio Eastland, Facebook and YouTube between Berwick and Vermont. Mitcham have a 7-point lead over Wantirna South 35-28. Montrose 62 to Beaconsfield 41. Geez, Mooroolbark having a good say in this one. Park Orchards 44, Mooroolbark 40. North Ringwood have a 60-point lead over Baronia, getting ugly down there, 73-13. Bayswater, according to our Ray Baird correspondence for today's game, had a go at people for not talking about this game too much, but we'll say it anyway. But Norwood 40, Bayswater 27 in that one in the highly contested game down there at Mullum. Waverley Blues 35 lead Heathmont 26. Scoresby going for their first win at the moment, 54 to Lurdale 42. East Burwood have a 7-point lead, 48-41 over Mulgrave. Templestowe lead 32 over Ringwood 13. And Surrey Park have a 19-point lead over Croydon 58-39. Hands off to Division 3 now. I think we already knew this one. Donvale 72, Cultram 18. Sylvan lead Ferntree Gully 33-27. Upper Ferntree Gully have a 34-point lead, 37-3. And Whitehall 74 to Oakley District 14. I think that sort of went the way I sort of planned it with that one. No scores down at Warrendot Recreation Reserve, which is disappointing, but that's okay. Fair Park 90, Forest Hill 13. Bull Templestowe 33 to Kilsyth 14. And Croydon North Emlock lead Doncaster 40-33 down at Bargenong Reserve, of course. I've heard some viewers about that the club rooms down at Hughes Park will be ready on the 4th of July. So that's why they're playing at Bargenong for the short term, but they'll be back on the 4th of July. So scores around the grounds. I think I would quickly ask who wins from here. That's just, it's a good question to ask.
I'll stick with Berwick. I just think if they can get through and defend well in this quarter and prevent Vermont getting out to a sizable lead, they can win this game. I think their intercepting game, that continues through the likes of Arthurson and Van Ooster, and I think they're really going to set themselves up for a big last quarter and be able to kick themselves a score. But their clearance work going to be really important.
Blake?
Vermont for me.
Yep, okay. I'm going to go with Berwick. I'm going to stick with Berwick for this one. I just think it's going to be a little bit too difficult in these conditions for Vermont. Variety of other reasons, but we also do need to head to a break, and on the other side of this, the call team will be back with you for the third quarter.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Edwin Black Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. It's 5 points separating Vermont and Berwick in a 5th versus 7th clash in the Premier Division, a crucial contest between the Wickers and the Eagles, with the winner to potentially be inside the top 5 of the Premier Division by the end of this week. Ken Josh Ward here alongside Chris Cordis, Ryan Long, Wayne Brasher, and we've got Blake Tennant and Jared Beanland down on the boundary. Brash, what are some of the keys for either Berwick or Vermont to get on top in this second half out here?
Well, it's going to come down to centre clearances, and I think Vermont, if they keep moving the ball like they did in the first half, well and truly capable of kicking 3 or 4 goals. I feel that's what they're going to need at the break.
Well, I might throw down to Blake because he's got his eyes on Lockie Jenkins right now, Blake.
Yes, so Jenkins ruled out for the game by the looks of it. Just got the black jacket on at the moment. But a big issue down here for Berwick at the moment with Jai Neal ruled out for the game as well. So 2 big injury blows for both of these sides. So it's gonna be an interesting finish on this one, I reckon.
It'll be interesting to see how Berwick and Vermont structure up with some key names out as umpire holds the ball off to signal the start of the third quarter of action out here. Chris Cordis.
All right, so 2 big movers on either side ruled out. Let's see how the guys on the field go as Johns wins it out of the clearance first, gets it to Spencer. Spencer almost handballs to himself, doesn't get set up on immediately. What a tone-setting tackle for this second half already, as the umpires will now call for the ball in the ball up. Big hit early. Oscar Dunn doesn't know. I think that's Noel Burke, doesn't like the attention he's being paid a bit.
I think they've moved Johns into the midfield to cover that loss of Jenkins.
Certainly looks like it was at that first centre ball up, so we'll go again, not far from where that first one occurred, and it's Johns with a handball, intercepted by Williamson. They'll go backwards to go forward to Berwick. Mark taken and paid at that, so they're appealing for not 15.
Maybe 12.
So Berwick will just go forward now, sink the laces into it. Wilcox flies at the front of the pack, caught one on the scone. Umpire says nothing doing. Play will continue. Here's Vermont looking to wheel away, and they'll do so through Banfield. Banfield just sinks the boot into it. Gets it to a teammate in Armu. Armu now assessing his options. Got a couple lead-up choices to make. We just chip one in the direction of his teammate, but just outnumbers everywhere. It's William Arthurson, 100th game for Berwick today. Takes the intercept mark.
Be good today as well as he always is.
And they just had the numbers there, did the Wickers. High kick, did not favour his teammate in Taj De La Rue. And you hear the roar as it's spoiled over the boundary for a boundary throw-in. Taking kicks like that, you feel like you need to try and stab at him a bit more, keep him low, under the wind if you can. The Rucks will get ready to go at it again. Cyrilus gets 2 hands to it, not really to advantage. He'll rove his own ruck work. It's not the first time he's done that today either. As the kick goes inside, intercept mark taken by James Ross. And Ross will just look inside the corridor. A well-telegraphed kick. Mark taken by Dixon. Plenty of bodies calling for it on the outside. Instead, it'll go to McCluskey. McCluskey inside forward 50, just at the front of the pack there is Van Oostveen. He takes the mark. So he just gets it just about to Caden Lane. He was pressured by Johns there, but still managed to stand up tall, take the mark, and he points down the wing now. So they're just looking to take territory. Bit of misdirection, though, as he chips it into Arthurson. He had me bluffed as well, as Arthurson now has a handball receive option to his left, doesn't take it. Goes over the top of Lane. He's looking for a teammate down the wing in Frank Gallas. He couldn't quite take the mark as Ross gets in there. Bit of healthy afters, and we'll have a boundary throw in true centre wing here as we are 2.5 gone in the third term.
Still 5 points the difference between the Eagles and the Wickers. The Eagles kicking to the right of the broadcast. Berwick to the left as Cyril has got front position. The tap down look to follow up his own work. Dunn, though, got a handball away to Spencer. Tried to put the don't argue on. Instead got it back to Johns, who was under immediate pressure. And Frank Gullis forces the turnover, looking for options. Has to go back to the trusty boot of Van Oostveen, who might have turned it over here, although doing really well. There was De La Rue. Devonish somehow got a handball away to Wool. Goes inside forward 50. He's got a player out the back, and Woodward, who plays on, kicks the goal. And Berwick hit the front. Nice bit of play there from the Wickers. A brilliant handball as well in the end. A little bit early on. That was from Devonish, who's provided a presence through midfield and an attack, and that's well and truly a goal of the day contender. Wickers hit the front, 38 plays 37.
Yeah, that was a crucial mark, Ryan, that Vermont dropped at that centre half forward region with under no pressure. That created the turnover, and Berwick pounced on it and were able to make something out of nothing there, really.
Yeah, I agree. And, there hasn't been as many goals kicked to your left side of your screen, so I think everyone will be worth gold in this second half. That's the important one to get them back in front.
I'm going to stick my neck out on the line. I'm going to say I'm not sure how much he knew about that handball option over the back of his head there, but they all count for +6 on the scoreboard as we're back in the middle now. Lane in there trying to extract the footy, can't quite do so. Plenty of players turning tackler for Berwick. The umpires will call for the ball up.
Brash, you do think it's a massive quarter here for both Spencer and Johns, particularly without Jenkins in that midfield?
Yeah, most definitely. I actually think this is where Vermont's senior players really have to stand up in this quarter.
So Johns won the clearance out of the ball up once more. Vermont have worked it out to the wing. It's Smith's kick now inside. Just fall short of forward 50. Bit of a communication breakdown there. Lane was involved. Arthurson now shepherding so Lane can get the footy. Gives a handball out, flicks it, gets it back. Lane gets one more handball off. Now they've got it in the hands of Devonish. Devonish steps inside. This could be something for Berwick here. Wilcox needs to stand up for the Eagles, and a one-handed grab gets ruled in. And it's Braden Bowden. Lovely link up in the middle to make up for the miscommunication in defence. And Bowden will have a shot from about 50 out.
I like the looks of Devonish.
Yeah, and Bowden too used his body well against a big opponent in Wilcox.
Yeah, they pushed too far forward there, Vermont, and didn't leave enough defenders to defend that forward 50 arc.
Well, you're right so far, Josh. Devonish just with that composure when he's on the footy. So the kick will come from Bowden about 45, 50 metres out. Maybe 25 to 30 degree angle from the middle line. Gee, gets the wrong side of the boot there. Will go wide, 2v1 option. Still there, plenty of bodies around, and one of them is that man in Devonish. Just looks to set up a teammate in Williamson, who was going backwards. Big fist in there, breaks up the party. There's Leon, gets it wide. Mark taken. Vermont a chance to slingshot, but the Wick is very, very well set up behind the footy, and they'll go one further out to the wing. Mark taken once more. I believe that's Noah Burke, who's already got 2 for today. Had a few chances to get some more early. They'll see if they can get him on the footy a bit more with the Eagles as it goes down the line. Dunn was around there, brought the footy to ground. Leon got boot to blow. Actually, no, he's Leon now. He can't be kicking to himself, can he? And he takes the mark on the edge of the 50 arc.
You'd have to say that both sides have actually had lots of opportunities, but they haven't taken them, and hence this is why the game's only a point of difference, really.
Yep.
So here's Cooper Leon. His kick will be from about 50 out.
This is going to take a fair kick under these conditions out there, I think.
So he's got little to no angle. The man on the mark's 49 out, so the kick will come from a bit before that as it's on its way. Looks like it has the travel. No, full just short. And off fish over for a rush behind. So scoreboard reads 6.5 into this third term. Berwick 6-2-38. Vermont 5-8-38. We're all knotted up here at Edwin Flack Reserve.
Nearly 7 minutes gone in this third quarter out here at Edwin Flack Reserve as the kick in went to Van Oostveen. A short option in lane. Might have been over the top of his head. No, it wasn't. Call to go back on his mark is Tom Grimster. His lane in senior game number 73 today. Look to go down the line to the broadcast side wing. Cyrilis up against Dunn. Cyrilis did well, but Smith's there on the ground. Got the left foot kick to the right half forward flank where the uncontested grab's taken by Cooper Leon. Leon has options inside forward 50, including Ian Badramov, who juggled the mark in the end. Nearly mucked it up, did Ian Badramov, but creates another opportunity inside forward 50 for the Eagles.
Well, Badramov really does know how to try and line up the hard shots because, once again, he's kicking from the boundary line, but this time he's on the right foot. The right foot, and this is going to be hard.
And he goes short, because he acknowledged it was a tough angle and he had Josh Spencer all by himself.
Probably just slacking off maybe a little bit there,
Yeah,
the Berwick defenders.
Yeah, they probably didn't think, they thought Barshamroff probably would have had a shot for goal, but, 9 times out of 10, you're always going to be looking for a player in a better position.
45-degree angle right on the 50-metre arc, and it is a genuine 50 arc out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. Josh Spencer been lively through midfield and up forward. Can he add a second on the board as he comes in now? Does not leave the boot well. It'll fade late. It'll be clunked by Benjamin Todd, who's looked good in midfield, has Todd.
He's just coming to his own from halfway through the second quarter, Todd.
In fact, it's Matt Nelson who goes short to his brother Luke. Nelson of the Matt variety offering a handball option, decides not to go to him. Instead, we'll just go long down the line to the far side wing where Dunn's out the back, nearly picked it up one-handed, spilt to Smith. Smith to Wilcox, Wilcox to Kafiso. He has an option in the middle, and that's Charlie Bryan. Although Lane comes in late, forced the contest and got the kick off the deck. It'll be picked up eventually by Frank Gallis. In fact, he decides to go off the deck. There is Frank Gallis, who got a handball away but turned it over. And it's Henry Smith, who heads to the far side where he has an outlet there in Harrison Banfield. As mentioned, first senior game of 2026 today. Short kick will eventually find Smith, who gets it back to Banfield, streaming through the far side wing of Edwin Flack Reserve and ending to the left half forward flank where Johns took a strong contested grab. Protest from Hill, but it won't be rewarded as Johns has a player out the back, laces him out almost. The mark dropped by Noah Burke when it should have been taken. Van Oosveen there gets a short kick to Caden Lane.
Oh, and that is not replicating how good the kick was from Van Oosveen. It's an absolute mum that just dribbles its way over the boundary line. So, seeing a couple clangers now in this third term. Maybe the...
Gee, that was an opportunity. Went begging there for Vermont.
Yeah, maybe...
I don't want to keep sucking up to Johns, but geez, great. Great hit.
What a way to put it. As Cyrillus gets it down to Todd. 2v3 contest. Wilcox is around there. Couldn't quite get it. Ross gets it. It's almost German suplex there by his opposition man.
You're not wrong, though, about Lockie Johns.
He just does everything right.
He does.
So I'm sure if Lockie Johns listens back to this, if you ever want to roll in the media team, I'm sure Ryan Long can make that happen for you. As Cyrillus gets it wide, went through the hands of Vassis. Todd got it forward. He's well. Might need to take another hit. Does so at that. Todd there. Get the handball out. Got it to that man in Devonish. Who's been brilliant so far. 1v1 contest. Went for the one-hander mark. Here's McCluskey doing the sweeping up out the back, and they'll look to go wide. Now they can slingshot Vermont. They just need to get to the footy first. They won't get to the footy first, but they'll get to it second and get to it at that in Josh Spencer. He's Kane Oppie. He hasn't had enough of an impact on this contest so far, but he's done well here to get it to Bajramov. Two out the back. Just kick it, Ian. Get it to one of them. He's dropped it in the middle. Spencer took a hit. It was Fisher, I should say. Free kick called. That is quite a collision mid-air. And somehow it's got to end up with a Vermont shot on goal.
Well,
I don't know. I really don't know whether to say that was a free kick. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, it's there.
It's there. Mainly because he's hit him front on.
It's definitely there. They almost look like they mucked that up because for a while, both Fisher and I can't remember who else was over the top, and they will still get a set shot out of it.
It was that same miscommunication almost.
Well, Joey Fisher is taking the kick. Not a renowned goal kicker, Joey Fisher.
No, I only kicked the 15 senior goals.
He's been playing for about 10 years.
We'll see what we can do here. We'll see what he can do here. 25 out, little to no angle. He can be a renowned goal kicker for today as he slots that one through after shaking off the big hit. And Vermont take the lead by 6 points.
We're not only used to seeing him in those long sleeves, but also playing off the half-back line, playing in a back pocket. It seems that today Vermont want to make use of his kicking skills to get it inside forward 50, so he's playing it as that high half-forward role.
I was going to say, could it be a necessity? Sorry to cut you off, Joe. Could it be a necessity given while Buxton's out, it pushes Dunn up to the ruck and potentially Armu into a secondary ruck role as well?
Well, they probably need a tall forward, and Armu probably feels that bill now, Josh.
So we go back up in the middle, and their defence is pretty strong with the likes of Ross, Isaacs and Wilcox down there as well. At the moment as Cyrillus won it down. Luke Nelson the clearance. Inside forward 50 where Vermont nearly took the grab. It's Woodward who tries to slap it forward. The Eagles slap it forward and turn it over. Nelson under immediate pressure, as was Banfield. Dug a kick out, and Fisher will be paid the mark. Handballs it to McCluskey, who spun his way out of trouble. Heads towards this broadcast side wing where Dixon's in a one-on-one. Could have gotten the free kick. Nothing doing, said the umpire, as Dunn runs onto it. Headed over the top to Noah Burke, who should get onto it first. Tried to spin out of trouble, couldn't. Westra was there, as was Nelson, as was Todd, whose kick was smothered. Some good body work from Dixon. Allows the Eagles in, but Spencer's immediately tackled by Will Arthurson.
This has got all the hallmarks of a 68 to 62 game, isn't it?
which was the Berwick scoreline their last game as well against Blackburn. This ball fumbling around in defensive 50 for the Wickers. They eventually clear through Todd, who nearly handballed it to himself, applies the pressure and forces the turnover. Will got it to his teammate. Will search for Woodward, who couldn't take clean possession. Kafiso, kick went out of bounds on the full in the end. And
the ground conditions out there, and that ball must be very slippery because some of those possessions are not hitting the target.
Kane Hurst will take this kick and head to a big pack where flying there and getting a free kick will be Dylan Linden.
Oh, free kick.
Yeah, Shepherd. Dunn gave a Shepherd there.
Could have gotten a holding the man free kick. Pick your poison as Linden right in front of us and right in front of our boundary riders who are toughing it out today.
Well, he's looking for someone to handball it. Doesn't want to kick.
He'll be forced to kick though, and Wilcox should easily take the intercept grab and play on immediately.
And they'll go through the corridor here. Here's Kane up. He got a lot of room to run. Instead, Alexa just stole on the left boot. 2v1. Bajamov there went through his hands. A lot of work to be done now by Noah Cannon in defence of Berwick. Bajamov applies the pressure but stumbled himself. Here's Cannon again. Gets it on the right boot. Well telegraphed kick under pressure. Gets it to Matthew Nelson. That is. Nelson goes one further out wide. Finds Williamson.
I think he needed to do that better there, Barshamroff, to try and keep that ball in the forward 50.
So Williamson just directing traffic towards the wing, which is where he puts this footy to. A few flyers out of no real winner of it just yet. Whistle's been blown. It's going to be a boundary throw-in, I believe.
You can almost tell this is going to turn into a Titanic Dower struggle, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, 15 gone in the third quarter, so Vermont need to make the most of it while they've got the scoring end to their advantage, but it's Berwick looking to use the corridor. They'll get it through Todd. Whoa, he's got one further in the middle, won't do it. Instead goes over the top. There's a chance here. Ross might get caught under it. Did terrifically to get a right fist to it. Plenty of bodies around the footy still. Woodward, Ross gets it. Still taps it to himself. Professionally sees it over the boundary line.
That is well done by James Ross, because that was heading for goal.
Well, it looked like he just got caught under it for a second, but got the right mitt there. So get ready to go again. This ball will drop about 30 metres out from the Berwick uprights. And it's one in the ruck contest there from Canning. Got the boot to it, just got the belly of the ball. Nelson had to go, did. Nelson might get there again. Instead, he turns tackler this time on Grimster. We'll have yet again another ball up as 6-2 plays 6-8. It's the Eagles by 6. Ball goes up. Wilcox in the ruck, wins the hit out. Walls around there. Someone's thrown it on the boot. Couldn't quite see there was that many bodies around. There's Linden. Oh, the bicycle kick is going to go through. Oh, hello, sir. What are you doing tomorrow at 2 p.m? The Socceroos have a game, and it's Ben Devonish with the goal of the day.
I think it might have been De La Rue.
Oh, it was De La Rue.
Yeah, got to make, sometimes you make something out of nothing.
It was Taj De La Rue there. Look at this, just gets it on the boot.
That's goal of the day.
Someone get him that plaque already. That is wrapped up. Thank you, sir.
I'll get his voucher ready.
Get him a passport as well to join the Socceroos as well. That's a fair effort from De La Rue. Ties the scores up once again, though, and a smart piece of play in the end from Nelson, who, if he got more of a connection, that would have been the goal of the day as well. But nevertheless, we're all locked up once again, and we're in the middle of Edwin Flack Reserve, and Roosevelt runs on to the tap down from Armu. Headed towards Lane. He'll pick up this ball once again and get the handball back to his teammate, who looped it over the top to Lane. Lane short to Nelson. Nelson stabbing kick will fall short of Wild Wool, who is in the trenches once again. Nelson extracts it, heads backwards to Williamson. Might be playing a sweeper type of role in midfield, Nelson. He heads lateral to Hurst. juked his opponent and headed straight through the middle where Bowden took a strong grab at the edge of the centre square. Will head inside forward 50. Thought he had a lead. Dragging in the one-handed grab was Lucas Vassis and 25.
Yeah, that's fair too.
Good grab there from Vassis, who I reckon's had the tagging job on Ashton Williamson this game.
And he's done a fair job too.
He has. It's only been late in quarters where Williamson has gone disposals as he heads to the far side. McCluskey has a handball option in his skipper, James Ross. In fact, that's Henry Smith, who goes short with a not-so-great kick. It will be William Arthurson, who heads inside forward 50. And kick will be cut off by James Ross. The two skippers playing kick-to-kick there as Ross went to Wilcox. Wilcox heads to the right half forward flank where Amu moved well and took the uncontested grab. Heads inside forward 50 because he's got an option out the back. Burke will fly. Couldn't complete the grab. Badgeromov's there to support him on the ground. Might get this ball eventually. Oppie was around this footy as well, but the Wickers apply some good pressure.
You can tell that both sides are... It actually looks like both sides are out on their feet at the moment because they are really struggling to hit a target and they're struggling on the switch.
It's a slog at the moment out here at Edwin Flack Reserve, 44 apiece. Berwick 7-2, Vermont 6-8. As Leon got out of the congestion, we'll get this ball back from Dixon. Wheel around, high up and under kick. Coming down with snow on that ball was the kick from Leon. It's just a minor score. 45 plays 44, 19 and a quarter minutes gone, third term.
Well, the conditions will certainly be a major part of that, Brash, in this, particularly the longer the game goes.
I know we're sitting up in the club rooms here, and it looks like it's a clear view out there with no rain, but the conditions out there are a lot harder than what we're seeing.
Just it's just spitting at the moment. Nothing too much, but there's a little wind, not too much though.
Well, there was a lot of wind last night that came through Victoria. Blake, did you hear it?
No, I didn't. No, sorry, Rush.
So it was Westra's kick in as we'll get back to the footy now. As there's plenty of bodies around it. Just in the midfield here at Edwin Flack Reserve, so we'll have a ball up. We're into time on here in this third term. It's the Eagles by a point. And they'll look to add to that now as Vassis gets a kick inside 50. And there's a holding free kick going the way of Badgeromov. Might have even been paid the mark too as it stood, but the free kick will be for holding. So
he needs to kick this goal, Badgeromov.
Yeah, he does. This is important. It's on a favourable side for a right footer. And the kick will come from about 35 or so metres out. Just greater than a 45-degree angle.
I'll tell you what, he's walked back about 20 metres, so I hope he makes up that 20 metres.
Almost Ben Brown areas right here, boys.
Might be tired by the time he gets to the kick rush, do you reckon, as Badgeromov will come in very slowly, very deliberately, still walking at the moment. About 10 metres left, and he'll trot into this one, right boot, and he sprayed it to the side. He could hear the Berwick fans behind the goals. They knew instantly.
He missed everything.
Yeah, that's really poor. That's very poor for a senior player to be missing that.
Was that not a score?
No.
No, not a score.
So Calavan
kept it very low, didn't it?
Yeah, it just came off the boot wrong.
Play on, Willendale onto the right boot, just sends it long, takes a lot of territory with the kick. Plenty of flyers, one went very, very early. That's going to be Vermont ball.
But in Barsamorot's defence, it's happened to Berwick as well. They've had opportunities like that. So
there's Charlie Bryan's kick inside 50, outnumbered. Berwick have plenty of numbers around the footy here, and they're going to be tackled as the handball came out.
Well, the deeper forward 50 entries will be important because that ball, it looks pretty heavy.
So the Wickers looking to hold the fort, 1 point down. Cyrillus just gets an important right fist to it. Devonish apply to Shepherd. There's Todd around the footy, but Vermont will get it forward. Todd's here, that's downfield. Yeah, very quick call there. But
look, the umpires I think they've been very consistent on that this afternoon.
Yep.
They've penalised any player that behind the play.
So it was a millisecond late, that hit, but a millisecond late is still late. So it will be Joseph Fisher here from about 35 out, little to no angle for number 2 on the day. This will be very important, and he knows it's good straight off the boot. The Eagles get one more, and they push their lead out to 7 points.
As soon as he put his hand in the air, Joey Fisher, I knew that's his trademark sign.
He's good celebrator.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you said he couldn't kick, Brash.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
That just wasn't
exact words.
That's his second goal in 15 years of footy.
But that's just not needed, though, that little push-off there, because if you think about it there, it's going to be costly in the long run, because it's going to be a low-scoring game by the looks of things. So I don't know if that was needed, and I'm sure you guys would have heard Andrew Williams in that box next to you, boys.
No, I didn't hear him.
No.
He's got the door shut, Blake.
I think there was a small bang of some sort.
As Vermont win the clearance, but repelling immediately are the Wickers, although Wilcox will take the intercept grab. In the middle of Edwin Flack Reserve, heads in the direction of Fisher, competed, won it on the ground, heads to the hot spot where plenty of players are around this footy, more so in the white and blue. They've spoiled it down to Lewis Hill, who's looking for an option, gets the handball away to Williamson. Williamson with not the greatest kick.
That was a kick in hope.
And it'll be Cooper Leon who runs onto it, burns off Devonish, heads to the left forward pocket, where out the back was Badramov.
They went to sleep there, the Berwick defence.
At 25.
Well, that's just given them a goal. That's
pretty much has.
That's probably turned a possible out in the full to a goal.
Did you have that much faith in Ian Badramov there, Rush?
Well, in these conditions, it could happen. I've done it before.
As he comes in and kicks the goal, does Badramov, and Vermont are out by 13 points. 8-9-57 the Eagles to Berwick, 7-2-44, 24 minutes played.
It is an important... It's been this 10-minute block here for Vermont, and we talked about the momentum that probably Berwick had going into half-time, and if that win continues to be a somewhat of a factor going in the last quarter, we sort of said they probably would like to be maybe 3 goals in front.
They need 3 goals, Vermont, because I still think Berwick have still got something left in the tank here.
100%. But I think the 13-point margin would certainly make Vermont a lot more comfortable going into the final break.
And I don't think there would be much time, because the halftime break was 24 minutes, and then I think the second quarter time was 26. So we're probably looking around 3 minutes here. So get another one here, Vermont. Could be on their terms.
So Cyrillus will go up, looking to not let that happen. Got a lot of body contact in the air and wins a hit out, and then turns tackler. Dixon was around it. The footy won't quite get to him, though, as it has spilled out. Umpires letting them play. They let him play even more, as footy's now made its way around Todd. Picking it up, or looking to pick it up, was Banfield. Handball flicked out. Berwick just getting it forward inch by inch. Well, Wall's there. He won't quite get there in front of Harry Isaacs, but then turns tackler. And that's a holding free kick going to Isaacs.
Done some nice things, Isaacs, this afternoon.
It's been a good recruit for them. He's got 4 times in best in 8 games so far, as his kick looks for Callum Smith. Still has a lot of work to do as the ball will make its way over the boundary line.
I'll tell you one player that's has had a really good game for Vermont is number 17, Matty
Wilcox.
Yeah, he's been solid this afternoon.
Well, their experienced players, Vermont, have really come to life.
So lower right contest here. True centre wing on the far side of Edwin Flack, as Williamson turns tackler. Free kick going the way of Vermont, though.
Well, that's what happens sometimes when you're first in for the ball. You get those ticky touchwood free kicks.
So it'll be Vassis's kick. That's high. Fisher flew for it, didn't quite get near it, and the umpire agrees. Berwick free kick. And they'll just assess their options now. Caden Lane wants it to be switched to his side of the ground. Instead, they'll go the opposite way. Plenty of bodies around the footy. Did well to get 2 hands to it and then took the mark. Well work there from Taj LaRue. We just saw his acrobatic bicycle kick goal before. And now we just look to try and set up a teammate further down the field, as there's plenty of bodies around it. There's that man in Wilcox. Gets over the top of him, though. Isaacs now dropped the footy. Got to be pinged. Umpire says no, nothing doing. Flick a handball forward to Wall. He gets it on the left boot just about. Picked up now by Nelson, whose shot goes towards goal. Plenty of work. Well done in the body, and a free kick going to Vermont. I'm not sure that's enough contact to be calling those, but the umpire says it is, and that's the opinion that matters. So there's a 3/4 time siren. It's Berwick 7-2-44. Just losing touch on Vermont. 8-9-57 to 2 late goals there. So it's the Eagles by 13. Goal kickers before we go to our final break. Sam Woodward 2, and then singles to Dylan Linden, Taj De La Rue with that bicycle kick goal. Harry Canning, Jai Neal, and Benjamin Todd. And on the other side for Vermont, it's still the 2 to Noah Burke. Now 2 to Ian Badramov and Joseph Fisher as well, with singles to Tyron Mu and Josh Spencer. So we're going to go for a short break for the 3/4 time interval. When we return, we will have a coach's interview from our boys down on the boundary and the final quarter of action in this Eastland match of the round. But for now, as it stands, it is Vermont by 13.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. 13 points separating Vermont and Berwick, and it's the Eagles 8-9-57 leading the Wickers 7-2-44. Joshua Wood here alongside Chris Cordis, Ryan Long, Wayne Brasher, plus Jared Beanland and Blake Tennant down on the boundary. We'll go through some around the ground scores, starting at the top, and it is East Ringwood 74 leading Doncaster East 54, Roval 72 leading Bullen 25. And I'm not too sure about this next score. It might be an error in Play HQ. It has Blackburn 120 to South Belgrave 34 in that game out at Moreland Park. We'll chase that up.
The Travis Boak effect.
Noble Park 24.
Kick 14 as he Bokey.
Noble Park 24, Trail South Croydon, I should say, 43 in that game out at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. In Division 1, a close contest out at Walker Park. It's Mitcham 38 leading Wantirna South 28. Montrose 85 lead Beaconsfield 47. Park Orchard 63. Only lead Moorbark by 9 points, 54. North Ringwood 75 lead Boronia 26. And Norwood and Bayswater were 40-27 at half time in that game out at Mullum Reserve. We'll drop our way down into Division 2. In fact, we might go down to the boundary shortly because Jared Beanland has got the Vermont senior coach, Matt Adolf, alongside him. Jared, take it away.
Thanks very much, Josh. Matt, listen, it's a massive game in the context of the season, so a massive quarter in the context of that. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, good. I think we've got control of the game at the moment, but we know Berwick is always hard, so we know they're going to give us another good red-hot 30 minutes.
Absolutely. Anything you need to change for this quarter, or is it business as usual?
No, I think we can still score. I think the wind's died off, so there's not really advantage anywhere. We just got to be smart with the way we exit the ball out of back half, and I think we start getting control in that contest stuff, we'll be right.
Excellent. Go well for the final quarter.
Thanks there to Jared Beanland. Blake Tennant will cross down to you now. You're at the Berwick huddle for their three-quarter time address.
Yes, just a quick one on what it was said. Williams just touched on as well, is just that the forwards just have to work as much as they can for the last 30 minutes of this game, and it's just the pressure that they can give and just test out how this Vermont defence can go, and just pressure. That's all we talked about.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant doing a magnificent job alongside Jared Beanland down on the boundary. We'll bring you some of those scores throughout or towards the end of this contest as well, as both sides move into position. It's set up to be a close finish out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. Wickers kicking to what has been the scoring end, although as Jared mentioned and as Matt mentioned, the wind is not playing too much of a factor, so it'll be interesting to see if they are able to score and hold Berwick at bay as well, the Eagles, to get their 5th win of season 2026 out here at Edwin Flack Reserve as well, Ryan.
Yeah, they just got a little bit ill-disciplined in the back half of that quarter, and it did result in a couple of goals the other way, so important for tying up.
Chris Cordes to get us underway in the last quarter.
Well, I've been saying Vermont need a 3-goal buffer as it stands. Berwick 3 goals will win it from now. So got a free kick in here early going the way of Vassis. First goal is absolutely crucial in this final term. Johns flicks a handball out wide to Ross. Ross, a bit of a mung of a kick, got the belly of the ball. He's taking full advantage of the fact there's no lasso rule in the EFNL here, as we'll have a boundary throw in just in front of us, true centre wing.
Nearly a touch for our two boundary riders down there.
Yeah, they gave away possession way too easy there.
So again, crucial stoppage here, as they all will be in this final term. Cyrillis over the back got a fist to it. Nelson didn't take possession of the footy, instead left it for Todd. And he's wrapped up immediately, so we'll have another ball up.
I know I'm stating the obvious, but the first goal is going to be important for either side this quarter.
Cyrillis and Dunn go at it, cancel each other out. Handball flick forward to Dunn for Vermont. He gets one free as well. John is there as a spare man. Instead, Lane's around there. John soccers it off the ground. This is big now. Just ushered over the boundary line by Noah Burke. Happy to keep the territory for now. So we're some 55 metres out from the Vermont uprights. They're going away from the scoring end. Some kangaroos out the back in the paddocks there. It's pretty cool. You don't see that every day.
Where's that?
Probably should keep my eyes on the footy though, as Dunn's here, gets it, throws it on the right boot. It's going to fall short. Bajamov's at the top. It will bounce over the top bit. Langford Essien, it's going to go through. Noah Burke's going to kick it to the Kangas in the back paddocks, and he's got his third.
Well, that's probably luck's a fortune there, but sometimes the ball just bounces your way, and you just got to be in the right position at the right time. So have a look, see?
Yeah.
Good bit of body work. Got to be there to score him.
I know, but there wasn't in the bodywork department. He didn't really do much to give any inclination that there was going to be a free kick there.
Still done well today, has Noah Burke with the 3 goals so far. Probably,
I've liked his game.
He has.
Yeah, he's presented well.
Combined well with the likes of Ian Badramov and Tyrone Omu up there, as it's now 19 points the difference. Vermont 9-9-63 to Berwick 7-2-44. Cyrillis will just look to gain as much territory with the tap down. Running onto it there, that might be Benjamin Todd, who got the handball away to Williamson, streaming through the middle. Nelson to Nelson. Luke shoots for goal and gets it through. No, he doesn't.
Oh, thought he had it.
Thought he did too, but it's just a minor score. 3 goals separating the Wickers and the Eagles now. 7-3-45 Berwick plays Vermont 9-9-63. As the kick in went short. Free kick found.
Just some undisciplined, like Ryan said. There's been some undisciplined free kicks that Berwick have crept into their game this afternoon.
Henry Smith will take the free kick. Wilcox in the defensive goal square. Goes back to a teammate who chipped it over the top to James Ross. Still in defensive 50 is the Vermont skipper. Serviceable as always. Ross, he'll look to go long down the line. Van Oostveen's out the back, affected the contest, but there on the ground is Kafiso. Had Smith as an option over the top. Spilt the grab. Will still run onto it. Immense pressure being applied by Frangelis. Forced the turnover. Benjamin Todd heads long to the only Vermont player all by himself, and that's Harry Isaacs who took the intercept grab.
Isaacs look to the far side. He's got a teammate there that takes the mark. Play on immediately. They'll look further down the line. 1v1 contest here. Todd at the stand tall. Affected it, but still willing away with it was Fisher. Vicious handball intercepted by Frank Gallus, and now they'll go through Delarue. Taj Delarue gets it on the left boot, looking for a teammate. Double fist there, spores it from James Ross over the boundary line and for a boundary throw-in.
Just doing what a backman does. There, James Ross made sure that the Berwick forward 50 didn't take a mark and punched the ball out of play like a good defender should do.
So Rucks will go at it. Footy will fall short. It's quick flick handball. Life's going to be a check side, a goal, and will it go through? They want touch, but they won't get it. It's a goal.
That's a good goal too.
That's another goal of the day.
Yeah, I'd say that would be a contender. And Todd's had a couple of good kicks at goal now. Great finish and important. They had to get the reply and back to 12 points. But
well, you can't. You know, it's going to be hard to beat the bicycle kick.
I was going to say
that's not a bad.
That's a fair effort.
That's a close. That's pretty close at this stage, but
that's a pure effort, isn't it?
Yeah, Isaacs was very, very vocal that he had touched that, but
well, he can.
We don't have the arc.
No.
He can be as vocal as he likes.
Thank God we don't have the arc. Tell you what, we've had fair weather footy games that haven't had a goal catalogue quite like this.
Certainly right there, Chris. Has Dunn won the tap down. 12 points now between Berwick and Vermont, 8-3-51. The Wickers to Vermont, 9-9-63. We'll have another ball up in the middle of Edwin Flack reserve. Cyrillus got front position. Nearly followed up his own work. It's Dunn who does. Not going anywhere. Still in the middle of Edwin Flack reserve. And there's Dunn won it down. Follows up his own work with a high up and under ball. Straight up the chimney, that kick, and marked by Cooper Leon. Despite some good pressure being applied there by William Arthurson, handballs it off immediately. The kick inside forward 50 will head in the Burke direction. Who flew, couldn't complete the grab, and Hurst is happy to see that over in front of a decent contingent of Vermont supporters out there.
If you're happy to get a stoppage in your own forward 50 if you don't take the mark.
It's in their right forward pocket around about 25 metres out from their goals. As from behind, Roberts won it down. Williamson to Todd. Todd with a high kick. That won't be marked. Devonish is there again on the ground. Broke a tackle. Handballed it to Van Oostveen, who heads to the far side wing where Linden will apply some good pressure, although Isaacs did really well. Got a handball limboard to Bryant. Bryant back to Ross, who just chucked it on the boot, was forced to, and turned it over. Mark taken by Noah Cannon, who goes the 45 kick to Arthurson. Will look to load up and send the Wickers long to the left half forward flank, where there'll be a player out the back. Wilcox did well. Dropped the mark, though. Linden's there on the ground on the left. Got it inside forward 50. It'll bounce out of bounds eventually and be a boundary throw-in. So an opportunity here for the Wickers, transitioning the ball from defence to attack. A trial by 2 goals. Almost one goal each in this quarter.
Guys, Tom Grimster has come off the ground with a shoulder complaint for Vermont, so I'll keep an eye on that for you.
Thanks there, Jared. Once again, doing a great job on the boundaries. This ball in the left forward pocket for the Wickers. Bowden from behind, went up against Wilcox. Berwick player tried to get a high free kick, couldn't. There's going to be a holding the ball free kick though. And the Wickers will have an opportunity to reduce the deficit to single digits for the first time since late in the third quarter, and it might be Dylan Linden with a shot here as well.
Yeah, well, they need to kick this goal.
He does, already kicked the 1 goal today. This is only his 2nd senior game. The Dandenong Stingray played in a Young Guns game as well earlier in the season as well, did Dylan Linden. As he comes in now, 15 metres out, across the face and through for a behind. Still a handy point, 8-4-52 Berwick. Vermont 9-9-63, 8 minutes gone.
But in a game like this, Josh, you know, where the margins are really, minute, you've got to take them.
So 2 kicks wins it now from a Berwick standpoint, 11 points the margin. Just find a short chip kick from the kick in. Ross drops short but is ignored as an option, and 25-metre penalty paid. I'm not quite sure what for, but Bit of a get-out-of-jail free card for the Vermont defence there.
And they've done, and they've given a few away today, Chris. Berwick, 25s.
About to say that there's been a few, hasn't there?
And they'll be called back because they must have thought it was about a 75-metre penalty with how far down the field they thought they were going to start play there. But you are right, boys. They have had a few of those moments. It's just let Vermont get a bit of a buffer on them. So now Vermont again pinned in their defensive 50. They have an option through Kafiso if they can get it to him. It's a high kick. Gee, Lane had to go, couldn't quite get there. Kafiso did well to stand under it. Now he got it off to Banfield. Banfield chip kick finds Fisher. Banfield's kept going. He wants it back. He'll give it back. Mark taken. Kafiso inside. Won't quite get there just yet. It's Charlie Bryant with the footy. Bryant will just chip one inside. Mark taken there by Kafiso once more.
I'll give Joey Fisher his due today. Tell you what, he played a big third quarter and his experience really come to the fore.
Yeah.
Kick towards the forward 50. Innocent mark taken there by Van Oosveen. And he'll just chip one inside through hands. High contact free kick though. So the ball will find its way back to Noah Cannon. Cannon has a few options centrally. Picks one of them off. Mark taken by Hurst. Hurst goes one step wider. Here's Hill. Hill looks down the line. It's a well-weighted kick, but G just skips away from Todd there. So we've got a lot of work to do, put his body on the line. So too did Henry Smith, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Game's hit a bit of stasis at this point. Both teams still have the legs to set up really well defensively, and neither team wants to take too many risks to get hurt on the turnover.
I was going to say, could weather conditions be a factor, because it's starting to look like it's coming down a bit more out here.
So Rux will go at it. Bowden wins a hit out. Got it to Frank Gallis. He loses possession though. Bowden can't quite pick it up. Todd goes off the ground. Now turning tackler is Williamson. Umpire will call for a ball up.
South Croydon have got a 22-point lead here going into the last quarter. They lead 7-11 to Noble Park 4-7.
So we just heard both teams not really wanting to take any risks, but you feel like Berwick might have to take one soon unless they can impact the scoreboard as Frank Gellis flicks a handball forward. Finds its way over the boundary line again. Vermont will be fine with just keeping this footy locked in about 70 metres away from their goals.
Admittedly, Chris, you don't want to go too defensive though. That's the thing. You've got to keep attacking when the opportunities present themselves.
Exactly right, Brush. Still got to win the game as Bowden misses the ball there with a hit out of 10. They'll look to bring it out. Cutting it off was Leon, just doing it on the right boot. They set up behind the footy well though. Footy skipped away from Arthurson. Chance for Johnson to get a handball out. He does, just misses his target though. Here's Banfield. A big tackle there from Van Oosveen. Umpire will call for the footy. So we've been locked on this far side wing for a couple minutes now as we're 11 and a half gone. As you heard before from Jared, game just stagnating a little bit. Vermont won't mind that. They've got the 11-point lead. And now Berwick looking to bring it out. They send it forward. Here's a decent forward 50 entry. Rossman with the two fists.
Well, I think most of Berwick's impetus will come from clearances. It seems to be that's been the best way they've been able to break through Vermont's defence. So in my mind, it looks like they just want to be able to toe the boundary line a little bit, and then if they can, force that stoppage.
You see with the weather conditions as well, James Ross, a very sure set of hands, just electing to spoil rather than mark. But here's a chance now from Lane. It's Hill, I should say. And it's going to be just held skinny. So just a minor score for now. 10 points the margin.
12.5 minutes played. Wickers on the attack. It was a surprising choice, though, that spoil, and it nearly cost Vermont a goal there, but it's just a minor score as McCluskey will be on kick-out duties for the Eagles. We'll just be more than happy to take some time off the clock, leading by 10 points as the rain continues to come down here at Edwin Flack Reserve. I start towards the far side. I'm not too sure what that toot was for as well. There's Todd, many fist around this footy. It's Bowden who got it to Arthurson, tried to thump it forward and gain some territory. Around this footy was Frank Gallis. Couldn't keep it in play.
Well, put it this way, the way the game's panning out, you can tell that both sides are really giving it at all, but it's just like they can't get over themselves, can they?
Yep. Well, that rain's really picked up in the last
I was going to say
few minutes.
Yeah, it is coming down quite steadily.
As Nelson again tried to slap it forward. It's Smith out the back, one of the bigger bodies for Vermont in midfield. Turned it over, though, to Arthurson, who's been good in defence once again for the Wickers. In game number 100 for them. Looking for options, will just be forced to go down the line to the left half forward flank. Where flying was Isaacs. The mark got to be paid.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon that's Matthew Nelson who took the grab there at the left half forward flank.
Did he take the mark or did he take it off Harry Isaacs?
Well, it was an interesting decision there.
He's going back here for the shot.
Well,
tough kick in these conditions.
I'd say we double the goal of the day if he kicks it, but...
All right, we'll give it to him if he kicks this.
Outside the 50-metre arc, tucked up to the boundary line, the former Noble Park man. Let's ride. It's a decent connection, falls short, and it's spoiled through for a behind. 8-6-54, Berwick to Vermont 9-9-63. So that was dry conditions. It probably would have gone through.
Yeah. Just with obviously the rain and how heavy that ball is, it had to take his absolute best, but not a bad attempt.
It's almost showers at the moment right now with the rain, so it's going to be a big factor here.
McCluskey goes inside. Mark taken there by Henry Smith. His opponent went gone past him. There's the barrel. Look at it. Sailed through the middle. And well read and well taken from Lewis Hill.
# bring back the barrel.
And he will look to go quickly. He's got Williamson there as the back pedal. Managed to reel it in. Couple options inside.
Had to take that mark.
Yeah, good mark.
Yeah, did what he needed to do. Now gets it one further out to Blake Westra. Westra, high kick, won't favour his teammate. These are the sort of kicks, you've got a big man like Harry Isaacs behind you. You need to try and keep it low.
Just remember, just with the times and all that, so I think there's probably about a good 12 minutes to go, I would say.
And that's with 15 and a half gone on the clock. Like we said, 9-point deficit. Berwick will be happy to keep the footy here, but they do need a major soon enough. And there it's torped again. Look at that barrel. That's a Tom Brady-esque spiral. And it's going to fall into the hands of Noah Burke. Fantastic stuff on display here. This is proper wet weather footy. Bajramov 1v2. And Arthurson just gets a fist to it. Vermont with some very, very handy territory here.
Yeah, it makes a massive difference. As Blake did mention, it won't be a long quarter. So one goal here to Vermont would just about seal it.
Couple of quick bench updates. Grimster back on the ground after that shoulder trouble, and Jesse Saroulis, who's been off for quite a while, is now also back on.
Rucks will go at it. There's Armu, there's Bowden. They're looking to get it out by any means necessary. Berwick, Jay getting to the footy first to Spencer. He just wanted it more. Chips a kick inside. And the footy must have made its way out before he got boot to ball.
In the end, a great result for Vermont because would have been a mark to Berwick.
That was tough. I reckon that was still over the line.
Just watch out as well how Harry Banfield's also gone to the trainers as well, so carnage at the moment down the Eagles bench.
So bodies dropping left, right and centre. Bowden's in the ruck, gets a hit out. The manager's touched off the boot, so James Ross won't be able to be paid this much. Wilcox just got pushed into it by Kirilis. Hit it brilliantly there, the big man, just to get it forward by any means necessary. Boot to ball. Here's Saroulis once more, has to get a handball out, couldn't quite do so. There's Kafiso, wrapped up immediately by Liam Nelson.
That ball must be a cake of soap out there at the moment.
Yeah, Wilcox did well as well.
Give it to me, says the umpire.
He's done well today, though, Wilcox.
He has.
The Rucks will go at it once more. And immediately wrapped up, not even a millisecond of time in there, in that stoppage. Time keeps ticking away. It's not the Wickers' friend at the moment as they're looking to defend home turf.
Banfield back on.
Banfield's back on. Thank you, Jared. Big swing, though, Dim from Williamson off the ground. Smith's kick went inside. A lot of work to be done here. Critical moment. Burke's around it, steps in, gets a handball off. Well done by Roberts. Gets it to Hill. One further in the middle. Gee, they've made a bit of a mockery of this of the Wickers. They need to get to the footy now, but instead it's going to be Leon. Drop the ball. Umpire said nothing doing. Hill turns tackler. And we'll have another ball up.
Brasher's right. Not one person had a clean possession on that. It just slipped out of every set of hands.
It is genuinely a bar of soap. It is a congested contest out here at Edwin Flack Reserve, which is not what the Wickers want. They trail by 9 points. This ball extracted in the end by Berwick, but in favour of the Eagles. Under immediate pressure is Bryant, who's going to be pinged.
Oh.
Hot on the whistle there, the umpire. And the free kick will be paid to De La Rue, who kicked that great goal before. In the third term, went short to Williamson. Well, look to go long down the line. Will Ashton Williamson to the far side wing. He got some territory with that kick. It's out the back. Kafiso under pressure.
Even with the lights on, when you're trying to look over the far side of the ground, I'm almost looking like I'm looking at shadows here.
As the Wickers win the clearance. Lanes around this footy. As is, that might be Bryant. Getting a handball away somehow was Banfield. Locked up was his teammate. Eagles won't mind this. 19 minutes gone.
Pretty remarkable. If they hold on to win this game, this would be their 5th away road win in a row.
Heading into the back half of the season where they play predominantly at home as Devonish tried to take a tackle on. Couldn't.
He could have gotten into that before the...
And I can understand what Berwick are trying to, what they've got to do here, because they're the ones that have got to be the aggressor here, because they need to score.
As Smith went to Wilcox. Wilcox's kick wasn't the greatest. Arthurson read it best. Couldn't take clean possession, unlike he could earlier today. Still got a handball away to Todd. Todd went over the top to Cyrilis. They have open space through Berwick. And the big ruckman will go inside forward 50 with a grubber kick. Dropped there by James Ross. It'll bounce out of bounds for a boundary throw in the right forward pocket. That's a win for the Wickers.
You know, it's a slippery ball and Ross doesn't mark something like that. But well done by Arthurson just to, really just keep him alive at this stage.
Been exceptional as the former Frankston defender. And we'll have a boundary throw in. Cyrilis going up against Wilcox. It went off Cyrilis' head almost. Spencer couldn't get the clean possession away.
Just on Cyrilis, when he came back on, he went straight for the forward line. I thought it was for just that play, but it seems like he's camped down there for the rest of the game.
Free kick.
Might get a free kick here. It is Jesse Cyrilis who has to kick this goal for Berwick. We're into time on. It's a must kick for the Wickers. They've missed some opportunities.
It's a must. They have to kick this goal, Berwick.
Not a noted goal kicker, only the 9 goals across 89 senior games. This would be a perfect opportunity for him to add another.
Well, it gives us, if he kicks it, it gives us a very exciting last 4 to 5 minutes here.
It certainly does as he comes in. A little bit of an angle to encounter. 30 metres out. It goes straight through the middle. And we have a grandstand finish out here at Edwin Black Reserve. 3 points separating the Wickers and the Eagles. 9-6-60. Berwick plays Vermont 9-9-63. 21 and a half minutes gone.
What they say? 66 to 60
I was
games.
going to say.
Very close. But,
jeez.
And those free kicks at these stoppages are going to be so important. There's one right there in front of goal. And this is the biggest centre clearance of the afternoon.
And they've even put the lights on for the Berwick boys over the far side of the ground. Very considerate, those supporters of them.
Lockie Johnson's just come back onto the ground. He's well rested for this clearance.
So here we are, 21:45 gone in the final term. The first 3 quarters will tell you there's not long left, but it's Berwick out the middle. Footy will bounce away from James Roche. They've got to lock it in here. Isaacs took someone, just got a bit of body contact, almost a soccer touch. Oh, and Vermont can will away here. They weren't looking. It's almost Wembenyama to Castle all over again. Western gets it back. They go forward now through Frank Gallis. Over the top, there's a Langford S bounce. They're going to go through. Todd's around there. No, not quite winner of the ball yet. Nelson was around there too. Wilcox was at the back. Gee, and Vermont were nearly away there. They were nearly running to a 5th straight road win, but not quite. We're 22-22 gone in the term. Cyrilis gets hands to it, snapped, couldn't quite get it on the boot cleanly. It's anyone's ball at the moment, G. Wilcox just dove on it. Footy came out lucky for him. Tackle laid by Lane.
I reckon it's going to be 25, 26 minutes.
Yeah.
I couldn't see any more than that.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, clock keeps going. Cyrilis gets a tap, free kick in there. It's going to Berwick. Oh, and they want an advantage. What's going on? It hasn't been paid.
Now, umpire didn't see him play on.
Well, I don't blame him. He had about 20 blokes all around him. At least 15 of them are probably 6'2" plus. And it's Ashton Williamson.
It's
going to Luke Nelson.
A pretty handy player to have the ball.
So he goes at 26 touches a game, this guy. He knows his way around a footy. And this might be his most important one today. From about 25 out, little to no angle. Luke Nelson to retake the lead. It's on the right boot. He's pulled it wide. Pulled it wide. Maybe they spent their chips before they had him.
That is a let-off.
Just a minor score, 9-7 plays 9-9, 2-point game.
That's a costly miss from a man with such experience, almost 200 games.
Berwick 2 goals, 5 in this quarter as well.
As mentioned, they've missed some opportunities, have the Wickers, and trail by 2 points at the 24-minute mark of the last quarter. And more importantly for Vermont, some time off the clock as McCluskey's on kick-out duties. Heads towards the far side where a big pack is. The fly will come from Badramov. He saw it out of bounds.
Free kick.
He has.
Free kick.
There might be Matt Nelson, who's a bit ginger after that.
Well, they're not going to get many more chances. This might be one of their last.
This might be it from Lewis Hill, who will look to go long to the teeth of goal. Cyrilus is around this footy, as were some of his teammates. Ross locked up in the left forward pockets.
You know, we're down to the last couple of minutes, but, you know, this is a crunch game for both sides here.
They understand what's on the line, as trying to kick off the deck was Lane. It's not going anywhere, though. They need to get some clean air, do Berwick, if they are to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Every Vermont player in the defensive 52.
Every player in that 50.
Cyrilus won it down. No free kick paid. Berwick trying to win that free kick there, but nothing doing, said the umpire, as we tick over the 25-minute mark of the last quarter. 2 points separating the Wickers and the Eagles as Cyrilus nearly took it out of ruck. Nelson was there once again. More time off the clock.
And they can't just bomb it out because they're well set up behind Berwick with Westra and a few others, and Roberts.
Yeah. So once again, we'll have this thrown up inside forward 54. The Wickers. Cyrilus managed to find some clean air, but it was Ross who ran onto it.
I'll tell you what, even if Berwick managed to get their hands on the footy here, how do you have enough space to get it to your boot?
You're almost so much pressure.
You're almost relying on a free kick out of this.
Cyrilus going up once again, won the tap down. Frangalis somehow got a boots a ball, but it's out of bounds on the full, and Vermont will take possession.
That's probably
the game.
That could be the game there, but you understand Frangalis trying to invent something.
And very wise, Lockie Johns makes it known he was the closest player to the footy, so he'll take this kick in. He'll just go down the line. Footy will keep play for now as it's out the back potentially. Vermont just need to get anything on it. Frangalis flicks a handball back. Just get it inside forward 50. The Wickers do. 2v1. A lot of work for Lyndon to do. Couldn't quite get to the footy himself. It's out the back. Plenty of cause for it. I'll tell you what, the umpires are copping an earful. Everyone around the footy just desperate to get a call go their way. And we'll have a ball up just inside the forward 50 arc.
Blood rule.
So who's coming off for the blood rule?
Is it Kafiso again?
Yeah, Oscar Kafiso.
Might be, so it might just take a little bit of time here to allow the player coming on in Callum Smith to get all the way over to the contest.
Season-defining game here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going down to the very, very last 2 or 3 plays here.
Exactly right, G. Vermont had a +1 in defence, but now they've just moved that player up to the stoppage.
They've got maybe one chance left.
So there's Banfield +1 down back as nearly the deepest defender. Everyone else is around the footy. Berwick sitting one far off as a sweeper. What have we got here as the whistle goes? The clock will resume. Rucks go at it. Oh, it's Socket just on the volley, just went straight up. Few flyers at it. There's the siren. And there is the 5th straight win away from home for Vermont.
Wow.
The Eagles 9-9-63 outlast Berwick 9-7-61. A 2-point victory here, the narrowest of margins. And it is the Vermont Eagles that take this game away from the home side.
Well, what an extraordinary contest. We were hoping for something like this all afternoon. And I tell you what, we weren't disappointed. Kudos to both sides. They left nothing in the tank, and you know, it's always a shame that there can only be one winner in that.
Yeah, well, what a game. Obviously, coming into it, the top 5, a spot in the 5 was up for grabs, and Vermont, to their credit, probably made the most of their opportunities. They got out to a bit of a lead there at 3/4 time, and Berwick, that you know, you don't want to rely on just, you know, you don't want to point out just the set shots that they missed there, but that one by Nelson was certainly a gettable shot. So
and that
he'll be ruining that.
That 10 minutes that Joey Fisher played in the 3rd quarter with those 2 goals towards the end. How crucial was that in the end?
Yeah, absolutely. It made an absolute difference. And This is massive. I mean, their 5th game in a row, and they go on the road, and they've got a lot of games to come at home now. So this is
it's big.
You know, really big chances.
Well, after round 9, let's go down. We got
Blake Tennant down with
just
Wilcox.
down here with Matt Wilcox here. The road winners yet again. Vermont 5 in a row on the road, if you don't mind. Suck us all in. How does this feel?
Oh, it's a great win, mate. Like, this is going to set us up real well. We needed this win, so just really proud of the boys who worked hard all game, and we knew they were going to bring it. So they rushed the ball hard, so we had to stop that. So,
how do you feel about this? Do you feel like it was an 8-point game today coming into this one?
Yeah, it was real tug of war. So I think both sides played the win well and defended well as well. So it was real who could get the ball forward and get it done. Yeah.
You sort of set the tone early. You feel like you're the general sort of thing to. I know you got the bloke next to you, the captain, who does the job week in, week out. But you and James do an incredible job. And do you feel like the young footy club of this Eagles is really thriving under yours and James's leadership?
Yeah, 100%, mate. Like, for me personally, I've taken a bit of a back step this year, and the young boys have been doing great. So I think the last five or so weeks have really made some good improvements and took some good scalps, and I reckon we're right in it. So.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, coming back to Vermont, what is this? This all sort of set up the season for going on now?
Yeah, well, we've stacked our home games to the second half of the season because of redoing the room. So we'll take that advantage coming home. So hopefully we can get that final spot and do well.
Over to you, Jared.
Guys, I've got James Ross down here. James, one thing that stood out for me at the quarter-time huddle, you said the second quarter, that would be the biggest of the season. Might have been trumped a couple of times after that.
Yeah, I reckon I said that at quarter-time, half-time and three-quarter time. Just trying to get the boys going. Like, we know how big of a game it was. It was an 8-point game, and the middle of the ladder at the moment is just so tight. And they're a great side. Like, every year since they've come into the competition, they're just getting better and better, and it's great. It's good to come out here, big deck, like it's something different. And they put on a good show in the rooms after the game too.
And the emotions after this sort of a win, and looking forward to the rest of the season? Yeah, really looking forward to it. There's something about the road though. I wouldn't mind playing a few more away games because we're winning them. But yeah, get some form at home to end the season and take a couple of scalps would be nice. Yeah. Awesome, mate. Well done. I bet you're sick of these conditions, so let's get inside.
Sing the song, mate.
Well done there. Great to hear from both Ross and Wilcox. And they are, as he said, I mean, they might just trade some of these more home games and keep playing on the road because clearly it is working. They haven't won at home yet. They've only played, I think, two games at home, Brash.
Yeah,
maybe
I think they've
three?
played two.
Maybe three.
I think they might have played three, but two games that they will play away in the last 9 will be East Ringwood in round 17, and they'll play Roval away as well, which I think will be in about 3 or 4 weeks' time. There is another side that they will be playing away. I just can't pick it at the moment.
Yeah. Doncaster East? No, they play them.
They play them next week out at Vermont
Blackburn.
Recreation.
Yeah, it could be
I'm just going to keep throwing out now.
I think they played Blackburn at home earlier in the season.
Okay, there you go. Well,
we'll figure it out.
Let's see if we can get the song. We'll see if the boys are going down there. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. I think this will be sung with a
great
bit of gusto.
A fair bit of gusto.
That means
the rooms are miles away. But
that means I'll have to buy Matty out.
Cost down we can.
We could have let Brush sing that song. He was getting up and about.
A very, very good rendition there. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives, Josh.
Absolutely. We might go to one final break here for the Eastland match of the round. Vermont winners 9-9-63, defeating Berwick 9-7-61.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Edwin Flack Reserve Eastland match of the round around the game out here. Run and done out here, and it is Berwick 9-7-61. In the end, going down to Vermont 9-9-63. The major goal kickers for Berwick, 2 goals each to Benjamin Todd and Sam Woodward. Singles to Taj De La Rue, Harry Canning, Jai Neal, who went off early, Jesse Saroulis and Dylan Linden. Whilst for Vermont, it was 2 goals to Noah Burke, Ian Batramov and Joseph Fisher, while singles to Josh Spencer and Tyrone Murray. Josh Woody alongside Chris Cordis, Ryan Long, Wayne Brasher, Jared Bainland, Blake Tennant, Matt Spider Lee also joining us as well. Spider,
crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Spider, I'll go to you first for your thoughts on that contest. It was certainly an interesting one out here at Edwin Flack.
Yeah, it was. It was a great game of hard-nosed footy in the conditions that were presented. I mean, the reality was it was always going to be a hard-luck story on today.
Yeah.
Berwick were on that side of it, but you've got to give full credit to what Vermont did today. I mean, their first quarter, that's when they set the game up and ultimately won the match. Their ability to go forward, they scored when they needed to, they built that lead, and then they were able to protect it for the rest of the afternoon. And the way that they went forward with their territory game, I thought they defended really strongly. Guys like Wilcox were superb.
Yeah.
I thought Fisher, he was outstanding, I thought, and then particularly to be able to go forward in that third term, kick a couple of those big goals, which ultimately, in the end, won them the game. So, they'll be really pleased to get away with it. Guys like Cooper Leon were terrific. They just had winners in every aspect of the game. But Berwick didn't take their chances, and then look, they're unlucky not to get that final goal. They got a lot of goals from stoppage, which you do on these sort of days. I thought Todd was really good. Devonish, as we've spoken about throughout the course of the afternoon. Guys like Williamson were really good. Their interceptors played actually quite well. Berwick and the Nelson boys both played well. It was just in the end, there was little bits and pieces and parts of their game that fell down, particularly with some of their execution. They just couldn't quite get their game going. Some of their execution, and they just didn't probably take enough territory at times. So.
Spider, I don't reckon Berwick did too much wrong.
No, they didn't.
If I had one criticism of them today, I thought it was their discipline, but that was the thing that was the difference.
Yeah, and they gave away too many meterage.
Yeah.
Too much meterage. You can't do that on a day like today.
No, you can't. We might go through our awards. Of course, the Cryo Stay Young Best on Ground will save for last. We'll go to the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, and I think it's safe to say Taj De La Rue gets the Tobin Brothers.
Everyone say aye.
Yeah. Aye. And that's a $50 Coles My gift voucher going his way.
That's the easiest award for the day.
The reason why I suggest this is because players like to leave a little bit earlier.
They do. That's true.
I know we got half an hour, but I just thought of
We'll get you on the case for it. I will just say, I know it wasn't as good as that, but I think the 2 goals from Todd were on another day. He probably takes the award. So
I think they were exceptional there from Benzema and Todd. But it is a $50 Coles My gift voucher going to Taj De La Rue, the Cryo Stay Young Best on Ground. Now I'm going to throw it to Chris or Ryan to tally the votes.
I'll keep track. I don't make mistakes, Josh.
Well, I'm happy to go off the bat, Josh.
Yeah, take it away, Brash.
Well, I'm going to give one vote to Devonish from Berwick. I thought he played a really good game off that half-back line. His hands were assured, and I don't think he really wasted a possession, and he tried to give his players the best opportunity. I'm going to give 2 votes to Johns. The way that he's just a phenomenal footballer that just rises to the occasion, and today was one of those times when you need a skipper to stand up, and once again he came to the fore. But I thought today probably the best player on the ground. He controlled the back 50 for Vermont, and he was very sure with his feet, and he backed up his fellow defenders, always providing that 2-on-1. But even then, he was winning his own football and creating opportunities further down the field. And that, for me, it goes to Matt Wilcox. I thought he was outstanding.
Ryan, your 3-2-1?
Going similar. There's a lot of players that I think probably could have fit into my awards. Even like a Fisher turned it on for a while in that third quarter, was a really key player, but I haven't put him in. I actually give one to Will Arthurson. I just thought a couple of big moments too, defensively, and even there was a play right in front of us on this side that got him back inside 50 when they looked like they were running out of gas. I thought in his 100th game he was probably one of Berwick's best players on the ground. I've gone 2 to Wilcox for the same reasons that Brash has talked about. And when you talk about experienced players with him and James Ross down back, I think those 2 were really key in that defensive half of the ground. And I've given it 3 to Lockie Johns. I just think when why are you shaking your head, Blake?
I was going to say.
I just thought. I thought for similar reasons, very experienced. He was clean with the ball. He hit his targets. Would have had a fair bit of it, and I just think he makes the most of every possession. There's no wasted possessions with him. 3 to Lockie Johns, star.
Blake, mainly for a right of reply to Ryan.
Yeah, so I've actually gone Lockie Johns, 1 vote. He's just an unbelievable footballer. You have a look at all of his accolades. He's also won. And I've gone the 2 generals down back for to finish off my votes. I've gone the captain and James Ross. I thought he was terrific. Just the spoils that he did. The one in the pocket down the end in the crunch time that he also spoiled out to the boundary line. I thought it was absolutely superb. But I agree with you, Brash. I thought Matty Wilcox, he was 100% Vermont's best on ground, in my opinion. So he gets a 3 for me.
Jared Beanland?
Thank you, Josh. I'm going to go with 1 to James Ross. That backline was so important for Vermont. I think I'm going to go with 2 for Ben Devonish. I feel like his game was worth 2 votes, especially, Berwick were just that close to pipping them at the post. I think it would have been a 3-vote game for him otherwise, but I have to agree with everyone. Matt Wilcox, the general down back, controlled everything.
Spider, do you have a 3-2?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to change in terms of who'll probably end up taking out the prize overall. Look, I thought 1 vote today. I thought Arthurson down back. I thought he was really good for 100th game. He really kept them in the game. Some of his intercepting was absolutely first class. I actually thought going to give 2 votes to Joey Fisher. I thought he really stood up in the game, particularly in that third term. Kicked a couple of big goals, but he had some really good moments throughout the course of the afternoon today. I thought he was a real important player when Vermont really needed to defend, but then he was able to finish it off when he did go forward and went forward with a few of those free kicks and put the score on the board. But I thought ultimately the best player on the ground today was Wilcox. I thought Matty Wilcox, the way that he played, some of those marks, those intercepts, putting his body on the line, body line the ball. I just thought his leadership too across the ground was superb. He's become one of the most important players in their team. But more importantly, I think he's one of the best defenders going around the competition, and you can see why today. Today was a perfect example of it.
Certainly was. Chris Cordes, my co-caller for today.
Yeah, I don't think my votes are going to have much change on what's already been said, but I will say I didn't give any votes to Matt Wilcox, which is a bit against the grain. I just thought across that Vermont backline, him, Ross, even Harry Isaacs at times, they all played such a big part that it was kind of hard to single any of them out. But I went 1 vote with Lockie Johns. I just think, aside from the way he uses the ball, the fact that he just slotted into that midfield and, they didn't really feel Lockie Jenkins going out that much is a big props to him. I think Noah Burke gets 2 votes for me. I know early on, we knew when the conditions are still good, Vermont needed to make it count, and I think he was a big part of that, kicking 2 early and 3 for the day. And then I went 3 for Josh Spence. I really liked the way he just accumulated in the middle.
Yeah,
I think a lot of the time, even when he wasn't getting disposals, just the fact that he was getting his hands to the footy first meant that Vermont were allowed to control the territory a lot more.
Yeah, it's a good call, Chris.
That's a really good call, I must admit. I didn't put Wilcox or Ross in my votes as well. I went 1 vote Joe Fisher, just that burst in the third quarter.
Yeah.
You could argue was the difference in the end, and maybe some ill discipline as well from Berwick, but he really did perform well as a late inclusion as well, did Joe Fisher. 2 votes I've got for Will Arthurson. I thought he was Berwick's best player today. One of the generals down back, and certainly lifted in his 100th senior game, did the skipper. But my 3 votes goes to Lockie Johns, who I thought was the cleanest player on the ground, or maybe not the cleanest player, but the player that hit the most targets in a game where sometimes players were not hitting up their targets or fumbling at the wrong moment. He just stood out. But I'm guessing it's Matt Wilcox, the Cryo Stay Young Best on Ground?
That is correct. Matt Wilcox is the winner of our Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground award. So congratulations to Wilcox. He takes away a $50 voucher to Cryo Stay Young Eastland. Make sure to check that out for your cryotherapy.
He's going to have to drive a long way because he lives in Tullamarine.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he
well,
does.
All right, let's find someone else to give it to.
No,
maybe Johnsy.
He'll make don't worry, I'm sure he'll make a special trip. If it means youth, you're going down there. I would.
I've been down there. But,
have you had a facial?
No, you don't get those done there. Cryotherapy. You've got a few other things down there.
Is that where they take samples and keep it for you when it's time?
No, not that either. It's a check it out.
I'll go and have a look.
Red light therapy as well. You got the
what's happening with Joe's?
Joe's iced tea. You want some more of that? You like the?
No, I want to know if I'm doing the ad for him.
I'm waiting to hear. We're out of Joe's iced tea at the office.
I'm still after the sugar-free, remember?
Yes, yeah. Well, we'll get on to that one as well.
We need to get back on track.
Hey, boys, just on if Berwick had won that game, the votes, it would have been interesting how we all would have voted because there would have been, you could tell that there would have been a couple of Berwick players that would have been getting this award.
I would have given votes to Devonish rather than Fisher potentially, because I thought it was a game where impact players stood out at times. And
a couple of the Nelsons too. I thought they were good contributors in a losing side as well. Berwick has some Todd was a good contributor as well today. And he was only just out of my votes. So for them, it's not all doom and gloom. There's some things happening.
And the thing was, Williamson was kept quiet today too.
It wasn't his best game, no.
I had Todd, a good point spider. I had Todd as a potential for the votes. I thought Williamson, he was quieter, but that last quarter, he was. I thought he was fantastic.
He stepped up.
Had a really important centre clearance. Almost got we thought he was actually going to take the set shot and goal instead of Nelson at one stage. Had some big moments in that last quarter when they they just left their run a little too late.
Yeah, there'll be some key learnings for Berwick going out of this game. They'll take away and they'll work on that, and I think they'll go into the second part of the year a lot better side, and they're still the most improved side, but Vermont, they know how to win, especially with their clock management. I thought the way they handled the pressure today was really important, really impressive.
I know, and I don't know if you caught the same thing, Matty Adolf asking who we've tipped this week.
He put that on air, did Matty Adolf?
Yeah, made a clear point to me that I hadn't tipped Vermont very often, and I was very quick to tip Berwick again today.
Well, I was up front and said, no, tip Berwick.
Yeah.
Maybe we might have to start tipping Vermont a little bit more.
I think they would prefer if we just continue not to tip them.
Yeah, but I think too, they just probably think, but that some people aren't respecting them. But from the point of view, we respect it because we have done for such a long time. But it was always going to be just one of those borderline 50-50 games. But to win 5 away games in the first half of the season, that's a massive tick for Vermont considering where they were at the start of the season. So they're going into the second half of the year, with a full head of steam. They're a real prospect to play finals.
7 home games out of 9, with only 2 away games to Roval and East Ringwood in the second half of the season. That's a really good platform to build on from now.
And they're not bad teams to have away games against as well, because you might just drop those games at home.
Starting with Donny East next week. I mean, that's a big one for them. They get over that one. That they're well on their way. So there's a little bit of work to do for a team like Donny East, who they've slipped back a little bit. So that 5th spot is now certainly up for grabs.
It's luckily the game just finished because it is coming down out here.
Hope my car doesn't get bogged.
I'm very worried my car might.
No, you're fine, Josh.
What about mine?
Well, I broke behind the goals as well.
So did I. So it wasn't too bad there, was it? I hope. Otherwise, Lee will help me get out of that.
Yeah, I might.
Get out of that.
I might you're a bit bogged, is it? You on the grass?
Well, I just don't want to make sure. Well, at least it's not the Corolla this year. My Corolla probably wouldn't have made it out here.
Your Corolla would have had a dummy spit, mate.
Yeah.
I would have been quite worried if it was my Commodore.
Well, it's no White Horse Pioneers car park for you, Ryan.
Oh, no.
Crumple door.
Springfield Park, smashing my window. Mirror, sorry.
Yeah, but just touching on some of their experienced players, they came to the 4 lane in that contest as well. Guys like Wilcox, Ross in particular as well, who I would have given a vote to as well, but I think that experience really shone through for the Eagles.
And Oscar Dunn played really well today too. I thought he was really impressive. I thought he played his role, considering that we didn't think we were probably going to see him at the start of the game. With that out of Buxton too.
Noel Burke also performed pretty well. He was a presence in attack, particularly in that first quarter. And if he'd performed over the 4 quarters, certainly would have gotten some votes as well. But I think there's a lot to like about Vermont.
I think he always would have been dangerous if Vermont's ball usage hadn't come under as much pressure as it did in those
problem is
sort of
with
last
Burke,
couple of
he's
quarters.
so much of a touch footballer. It's got to be. He's got to take it on the grab. It's either it sticks or it doesn't stick.
But I've seen that improvement, Brush. I mean, he's played VFL for St Kilda and played quite well. So he's certainly developed and matured as a player.
I think there wasn't a single bad player today, though. I think can't single out someone that didn't have a bad game today. I thought there were moments where players stood up today as well.
In fact, I'll go one further. I reckon it would have been hard. I reckon the 44 players for both sides that took the field had a red-hot crack today. I didn't think there was one player that didn't pull their weight. Everyone from both sides knew what was on the line, and both sides threw everything at it. And like I said, it's come down to 2 points, and
it has.
And like I said, I think the only thing that Berwick did everything right but win, but it was their discipline, which was the thing.
Just some small moments during the game.
Yep.
You could see the youth in there as well, because there is a fair few young players in that Berwick side. Guys like a Dylan Linden, who I thought still performed pretty well. Ben Devonish as well. He's got an exciting future. Remarkable to think he made his senior debut a fortnight ago as well against Blackburn and was best on ground then, and wouldn't surprise me if he's in the best this weekend. And others as well who are just starting to get closer to that 50-game mark, like a Noah Cannon, a Blake Westra. There's a lot of potential.
You can build a team around that, Josh.
Yeah, you certainly do. And then you had guys like the Nelsons, like an Ashton Williamson, a Lewis Hill and William Arthurson. it's the recipe for a pretty good side and a side that will continue to build. But do we want to go through some scores around the grounds? Let's, because there's a few surprises to say the least across the AFNL this weekend, and we'll start with Premier Division final scores starting to come through. East Ringwood a big victory over Doncaster East, 111-64 out there at East Ringwood Reserve. So they defeated Roval a couple of weeks ago, did the Lions, but they weren't able to get over East Ringwood out at East Ringwood Reserve, as my Play HQ has just shot itself in the foot.
Well, we've got Roval away from home up against Bullen. They won 14-14, 98-7-12, 54.
It's a good win, isn't it, away down at Bullen. Roval, they'd be really happy with that one. And Bullen, as we've talked about so often, they have taken some different steps in that first part of the season. So not a great day for them. Going next few weeks are going to really determine where they end up. I just really think now they're probably only fighting for that fourth spot. I'm just not sure they can get to the top three.
With both Doncaster East and Bullen today, that probably does open up fourth spot again. For both Vermont and Berwick. It's still there for the taking.
Well, they certainly can.
And for the winners there, it's just establishing so much more of a gap between the top two and then the rest of the ladder.
It just means next week for Bullen, that game against Blackburn, that is just massive in the context of the season.
Yeah, second chance potentially on the line.
Yeah, top three on the line next week, you'd say.
This time out at Morden Park. We'll touch on some of the other Premier scores. Blackburn and South Belgrave, nothing has moved since half-time, where, according to Play HQ, it was 120-34.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, had some contact with one of the players from Blackburn, Macadorian, and he was...
he would have been happy?
He said, well, he's not happy because he's not playing, but he said that, it was a big first half. So, and Travis Spoke was certainly having an impact.
Wonder what the final score is then.
Yeah, well, I did see Blackburn posted on their socials. Spoke did kick by kicking his first goal as well. Looks like full time at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. South Croydon 8-12-60 to Noble Park 5-8-38. So that's danger for Noble Park. They're winless entering the second half of the season, and a missed opportunity against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to come back from there. They've got to find wins, and they're not going to be easy for them to do.
Goal scorers across the board for South Croydon. There only one multiple goal kicker in Anthony Scott.
Well, that doesn't say much.
Well, that just shows probably the quality player Anthony Scott is.
And that is a final score as well. I wonder what Blake Tennant will have to say about that victory for South Croydon.
So basically now, South Croydon, in all fairness, are 3 games clear of Noble Park.
I'd say they're safe.
I think they're safe. I think too far away from...
And then you've got the prospect of South Belgrave and playing Noble Park, and that was pretty close early on in the season too.
South Belgrave did win, and they had one of their strongest sides on the park. It could be different this time around out at the Pat Wright Senior Oval.
Percentage is on South Belgrave's favour.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not if Blackburn continue that result from so that might bring it back, but that's 2 weeks' time, I think. So
I think a fortnight's time. So we'll keep a close eye on that game. Division 1, Mitcham 29-point winners over Wanturna South 77-48, 11-11-77 to Wanturna South 7-6-48 out there at Walker Park. Montrose a big victory over Beaconsfield 17-16, 118 to the Eagles 11-8-74. Park Orchards in the end just got over the line against Moorbark 10-13-73 the Sharks to Moorbark 8-7-55. A final score from Norwood. Norwood have won their first game of the season.
Good on them.
Good on the Brett Moyle and everyone down at Norwood. They deserve that win.
Inaccurate though, 6-17-53 to Bayswater 5-7-37.
First time in 2 years, a 37-38 game.
Yeah, remarkable.
Hope they remember the words to the theme song.
Hopefully, I wonder if Ray Baird gave them a bit of a rev up before the game as well. And then a massive marching out of Quamby Reserve as well. North Ringwood 17-13, 115, defeating Boronia, who only had 10 scoring shots but still kicked 7-3-45.
Yeah, they're in trouble at Boronia at the moment. They seem to be a little bit devoid of confidence, and they've got so many key players out. When they get them back in, they just can't find any consistency.
Yeah, it's a big issue, isn't it? And they've got some work to do. And you know what? This is actually a really big test for a coach of Matt Clark's calibre. Now he has to go back and re-establish themselves going into the second half of the season.
Division 2, and boy, were there some surprises, which we'll go off the top with. Heathmont, and I'm pretty sure Brett Davidson tipped the Jets yesterday in the podcast.
They always have these games.
They do, and they got the job done against the Waverley Blues, and they were very accurate as well. 14-4-88, the Jets to an inaccurate Waverley Blues, 8-16-64 out there at HE Park.
Yeah, to give that sort of context, it's like 24 scoring shots for Waverley Blues to 18 for Heathmont. So when you look at it that way, I think I don't know, it's... Waverley Blues, this is the first time they've dropped a game against a team sort of like underneath them that you would have expected them to beat. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm still not too disappointed by the Waverley Blues if we look at that scoreline.
Chris, do you have any thoughts?
Just sad. Just sad.
Are you a Waverley Blues man?
Yeah, I am now. Well, I didn't really have a team, but I like them the most, so I guess I'll be a
Gav
Waverley
Casey
Blues
be disappointed too.
Well,
He's a Waverley Blues man.
Well, once
roll Blues roll.
Waverley Blues is great.
Gav Casey. Well, one side that will be the opposite of sad will be Scoresby, who got their first win of the season against Lilydale out at the Lilydale Sports Oval. In the end, 13-11-89 to Lilydale 9-12-66. And I mean, Lilydale again have their outs. They still brought in James Roach. I thought they'd get over the line with the Falcons out at the LSO, but I mean, they've dropped off the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's a blow. I think that's a blow there for Lilydale. It is. It sort of might have it's undone a little bit of all that good work they've done in the last 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, well, it takes the shine off.
Yeah, it does. And we talked about yesterday how can Scoresby do it, and they went there obviously with the right attitude, brought their effort, and got the ultimate result. So who knows what that brings in the second half of the season?
Yep.
You know, are they still in with the possibility of remaining in Division 2 in 2027?
It'll put pressure on Ringwood.
Yeah, well, I think next week against East Burwood and a couple of those sort of those sort of teams like Heathmont in the back end of the year, they're going to have to, if they can be competitive, you just never know.
Well, speaking of East Burwood, in the end, a high-scoring affair out at Mulgrave Reserve. They went down by 11 points, though, did the Rams. 12-12-84 East Burwood to Mulgrave, 14-11-95. That's a much-needed win for the Lions, who jump up from 6th to 4th on the table after that win with Lilydale going down.
Yeah, well,
yep.
They needed it. They
did.
They did need that win. I mean, but kudos to East Burwood for pushing them all the way.
Well, they did. Yeah, they pushed them all the way. They'd be disappointed that they didn't win the Rams, but look, their form's been okay. They've just got to get over the line in some of those closer games, and next week back at home they get to re-establish themselves against a Scoresby team coming off a win. So there's going to be a bit to play for East Burwood in the next few weeks to see if they can keep their season alive.
And then the top two flex their muscles in Division 2. Templestowe 11-13-79 defeated Ringwood 4-4-28 out of Jubilee Park. That's a pretty poor score from the Redbacks on their home deck. And Surrey Park a big victory as well. 48 points they won by against Croydon. 20-11-131 to the Blues. 13-5-83 when the Blues did get the early ascendancy as well. So, but Surrey Park and Templestowe well clear atop the Division 2 table. We'll drop our way down into Division 3, and Donvale in the end only won by 44 points against Coldstream, which is a comfortable win. 16-9-105 to the Cougars, 9-7-61. Sylvan victors over Ferntree Gully. They put up a fight, did the Eagles, 12-13-85. The Cats to the Eagles, 9-9-63. Might still be game on, or might be finished, or might be still game on out at Kings Park between Knox and Upper Ferntree Gully. At three-quarter time, it was 11-3-69 the Kings to Knox 5-9-39. So
I'd be making the call. I reckon Upper would have won that game.
Yeah. And then the battle of the bottom two sides of the division, Oakley District and Whitehorse Pioneers, and the Pioneers had their biggest win in returning to Division 3, 19-14, 128 to Oakley District 5-6-36. That's a disappointing effort from Oakley. In a crucial game for them, if they'd won, they would have moved well clear of bottom place.
Yeah, we thought they got it back on track, didn't we, for a little while there, but it doesn't seem that's the case.
Obviously, the rocket that Ray Baird put up him was...
And I think Brett Davidson on the coach, Andrew Hanning. I do wonder how we would have gone in the conditions today.
I
think people ignore Ray on that.
Division 4, no update from Warrandyte Churnside Park, so hopefully we'll get a final score from there, because that was a mouth-watering contest between two of the top sides of the division. Still going, full time out at Fair Park Reserve, the Lions 24-23, 167 to Forest Hill 35-23. Bulleen Templestowe look like they've gotten over the line against Kilsyth. 11-5-71, the Bullants to Kilsyth 4-9-33. So that's a big victory for them, and they move a game clear. They do have a game in hand on Kilsyth, but they're still a game clear and percentage as well on the Division 4
Looking
table.
good for them, isn't it, Bulleen Temp? Looking good prospects of finals.
It is, and Doncaster have their third win of the season. Coming from behind in the end at half-time, they kicked 6-4 in the second half to win 11-15-81 to Croydon North Emlock 10-8-68, who did put up a bit of a fight, but I don't think there's too many surprises at the Division 3 and Division 4 level, I must admit, this weekend, fellas.
Oh, there was nothing. Wait, was there anything from Warrandyte Chermside Park?
Nothing from that
okay,
game.
well,
I'll
that's disappointing.
Well, we must also say, Jared, who was your roughie this week?
Yeah, it was South Belgrave.
Well, in fact, I've got to find...
I'm not going to lie.
Or maybe they came back in the second half.
Oh, yeah. Tim Smith with 11.
Yeah.
Do have a final score, in fact. Warrandyte have posted on their socials. The Bloods, 10-14-74, have defeated Chermside Park, 8-10-58. So they've played Chermside Park and Fair Park at home, have won both games as well, and still sit in second. I think you need to turn your...
You might need to turn your
I think you need to turn your mic on.
It's on, but that's big. I think right now in 4th Division, Warrandyte would say are the flag favourites, I would say.
Yeah, well, Fair Park is still atop the Division 4 table, but that's a pretty... The top three sides are all on 24 points each. Fair Park have the strongest percentage at the moment with 246. They might be able to boost that given that I think it's still a live score, them and Forest Hill as well. But that's a very even competition at the top of the table, Division 4, it must be said.
Yeah, that top three, it's outstanding, and I think it's going to go right down to the last few weeks. But no, we've got a really good 4th Division in prospect, with 3 quality sides.
We certainly do, as we might start to wrap things up slowly out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. It's been a great day out here, it must be said.
I just hear there's food back there.
Yeah.
They've come through with drinks, Blake.
Drinks and food.
Very eager.
Hospitality's
it's been
up
amazing.
to notch.
I know they didn't get over the line, but I do hope we get back out here sometime.
Absolutely.
Well, continue on your history, boys, on Edwin Flack when you get a chance.
I'll tell you what, I'm looking
First
at the ground
Australian
right now.
Olympic
We're looking
medal
at the ground
winner.
right now.
No, that's not looking in a good
We missed it. We actually did well, I thought, with the weather. So
Yeah,
we got very lucky.
You did tough it out, Blake Tennant and Jared Beanland. A magnificent job on the boundary this weekend, fellas.
Thank you very much, Josh. It was a good game to be at ground level for, especially with how willing the contest was. It was great atmosphere.
yeah, always thought about coming up here, and great idea, Ryan and crew, for picking this one. It's a great setup they've got here as well, and I'm looking forward to coming for many games. So yeah, enjoyed the game today. You guys did a good job. So
Good
well done.
contest as well. Matt Spider-Lee, pre-game, half-time and post-game as well. Great job as always.
Yeah, it was great to be here, and looking forward to getting out here back soon, and looking forward to the next few weeks of big FNL action. It's going to get exciting as we move into the second half of the season.
Wayne Brasher, I'm sure we'll debrief this game on the road trip home as well.
Yeah, pleasure was all mine, my
You
friend.
had the verbal theme soon.
Yeah, you can actually access
Maybe Purple Rain as well. Ryan Long doing a magnificent job today. A very busy man as always.
Thanks, Joshua.
Chris Cordis, a pleasure to call alongside you. And they call me
Busy day for Chris. Oh, no doubt you'll be going to Fed Square tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be
I'll
out
catch you
there.
there. That's where I'm going.
I'm very say hi, but good day out today. Thanks.
I'll be there too.
Pleasure to call this game alongside you, and good to be back alongside you as well, mate.
Of course. Very good game out today. And to you, Josh, as well, very well done from yourself.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Lee and Megan Green always doing a magnificent job from LKLM Media. That does us out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. Vermont winners by 2 points.